1-800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you!
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org. Calling
on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Audacy app. Download it now.
Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
It was a mixed close to a positive week on Wall Street Friday. The Dow was up 38 for its 29th record close of the year and its second straight, finishing at more than 42,063. The Nasdaq was down 66. The S&P 500 was down 11. The Wall Street Journal reporting Friday, chip giant Qualcomm may make a takeover bid for Intel, which has a market value of around $87 billion. Some of the major reports due this week. Wednesday, we get the new home sales report for August. Thursday, the third estimate of second quarter GDP will be released in the morning, along with the weekly unemployment figures. Costco reports earnings after the close Thursday. And Friday morning, the latest report concerning the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. That's the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index. And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
September has been National Suicide Prevention Month since 2008. And a lot has changed in those 16 years, especially awareness.
It's important to remember that everybody is at risk for having an emotional difficulty, and lots of folks are at risk for potentially thinking about suicide and even attempting.
Psychiatrist James Polo says the pandemic helped force a more open discussion to center stage.
Well, it's important to focus on mental health mainly because everybody struggles. And if we don't focus on it, we're not going to be able to identify the folks before they have a moment of crisis.
Now, the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is helping to lead efforts to change the conversation from suicide to to suicide prevention. Since launching just over 2 years ago, the Lifeline has answered more than 10 million calls, replacing what had been known as the National Suicide Prevention Hotline since 2005.
We really honestly didn't know what to expect.
Dr. Anita Everett is director of the Center for Mental Health Services within the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, or SAMHSA.
This number had previously been a 1-800 number. And so we had some data, of course, on the 10 years of experience when it was a 1-800 number, but we didn't know if it was going to, dramatically increase. And we've been very pleased at the robust response it's gotten, but it's not gotten beyond a point that our call takers can manage.
I guess that's kind of a bittersweet thing, right? I mean, on the one hand, you want it to be used, but on the other hand, when you're getting 10 million calls, those are millions of people in crisis.
Yes, but yes, and also many of those folks are individuals who would not have another resource but for the 988 and the immediate availability of someone to talk with.
What happens when someone calls the number? Who is answering?
Yeah, and the number's available by call, text, or chat. So who's available on the other line is hundreds of trained counselors that are trained in working with individuals who are suicidal, but also individuals who are in another type of crisis. We don't question, don't provide judgment on what, this is not a crisis, don't call us for that kind of thing. We are as open as possible. And we also welcome calls from concerned family members or friends, parents who have children they're concerned about, or friends that they're concerned about.
Right, so this is not limited to a person who's about to take their own life, which is important to highlight.
Very important. We really want people to have knowledge about how to approach someone. That would be, a good reason to call. I'm worried about my friend and I don't know what to say.
There were some concerns initially when this was first rolled out about the routing and maybe the ability to get callers to the right people locally for additional assistance. How does all of that work? Have there been any issues getting enough staff or matching them with the need, with the appropriate response?
Yeah, one of the things that you're bringing up is being able to match locally, and that is important. At this moment, the calls are directed to the nearest call center that goes by a person's area code. So if you have an area code from Los Angeles, but you're in New York, you'll still be directed to the Los Angeles answering the location. There are 200 different answering centers or call-taking centers across the country. We are on the cusp of changing that, and I don't remember the deadline for that, but in the next month or so, that's going to be changing so that it goes to the nearest cell tower from where the person actually is. That will still preserve anonymity, or you can call anonymously. That's also an important part. People don't have to say who they are, where they live, things like that. But it'll go to the nearest cell tower. It'll ping to the nearest cell tower, to the call center, the one of the 200 call centers nearest the cell tower that picked up the call.
But essentially, it's a network. It's one number to call, but it's a network of call centers around the country.
That's correct. And what that will do, why that's important to us, is that'll give a better chance of the call taker actually knowing other resources that are available. Maybe that's a crisis response team, a mobile crisis team that could come in as an alternative to law enforcement if the person needs to have someone see them in person, or direct them to the nearest crisis receiving center. They would have working knowledge of local resources.
The CDC says there was a death from suicide every 11 minutes in the United States in 2022. However, millions more attempted suicide, made a plan for it, or had serious thoughts about it. What are some warning signs, especially if someone isn't actually talking about suicide?
Yeah, and that sequence is really important. Not everybody goes through that sequence, but I do want to highlight that and appreciate your saying that. Yeah, we actually keep data on that. And many more people think about suicide than actually make a plan. Many more people make a plan than actually attempt. And many more people attempt than actually die by suicide. So there's this whole sort of scenario that we feel like is important to understand. Mainly because at every point along the way, there are opportunities for people in the environment to help and or for a person to reach out for help. So warning signs can include hearing a person talk about or make a plan for suicide. So talking about or making plans for suicide, very important. Expressing some sense of hopelessness about the future. Withdrawing from social connections. George, that used to come to meetings or come to prayer sessions or come to bingo or whatever it is that the person used to come to, and they've dropped off, or they've dropped off in their calling, or they're not responding to texts. Those kinds of things can sometimes be signs that someone's in trouble and needs some help. And then also, this happens sometimes with older folks, but can happen with anybody, being a burden to people and the world being better off without them. Little off comments like that can oftentimes be a sign that someone is thinking about, they're in that process of thinking about, planning about, maybe, attempting suicide. So those are times when we'd want you to reach out, take them seriously and let them know that they're not alone. And if you don't, if you have questions about that, that's part of the purpose of 988, or part of what their skill set that the 988 call takers have.
So, like with so many things, a lot comes down to communication and listening, right? Communication, listening, and outreach.
That's correct. Yeah.
Certain groups are at higher risk for suicide, right? Who are they?
So we have, groups of folks who are kind of at long-term high risk. Known to be at very high risk are members of the American Indian Alaska Native group of people. They have a very high suicide rate. Also known to be at high risk are old age adults, older than age 75 or so. So those are sort of chronic risks that we have. One of the groups of emerging risks, or risks that we've seen change over time, is risk of suicide among youth, and in particular Black youth. That's a relatively new phenomenon, and one that we're very concerned about. What's happening with America's Black youth that is, resulting in them thinking about suicide as a possibility for their lives.
They're also concerned about suicide risk in the LGBTQ community and immigrant populations. But one of the highest risk groups remains veterans, considered 1.5 times more likely to die by suicide than non-veteran adults. And they're one of only a few groups with a tailored option on the Lifeline.
When you dial 988, you're given a cue and a choice to dial one if you want to talk with the Veterans Crisis Line. And so that VCL, we call that connects anyone who's interested in talking with veterans or someone from the Veterans Administration with suicide. In a similar kind of way, we have a separate line for LGBTQI youth who are calling because they're in a sense of crisis, and the crisis relates to some issue associated with that identity, or the LGBTQI identity. And so today, the last time I checked, I think we've had something like over 50,000 calls that have been routed through the LGBTQI line, and that turns out to be an important resource to build a sense of, hopefully ultimately build a sense of community and not being alone for those individuals.
One of the most alarming statistics that I read is more than 3 million adolescents having serious thoughts of suicide, and that's ages 12 to 17. Is there any sign of progress now that, there's been an effort to raise awareness about the youth mental health crisis in the U.S.?
With the stage where we are is having put a lot of things in that are supports. 988 is one of those, that's typically a high school age group in America. And, knowing that 988 is a potential resource for those individuals, at least there's that, if not other community resources. And we all know that sometimes it's hard to get into treatment. So we are concerned about that. We don't know definitively or definitely, but we have some clues that possibly and we know there are certain cases where social media contexts are sort of a catalyst to individuals thinking that there's no hope, or that their life is over when they're 15 years old because somebody said something in some chat or something. And so building out how we look at social media, how we look at influences in youth's environment is very important, and can be strengthening protective factors is one of the ways we think about it. That those are things that can help protect a person from having those deep thoughts.
Just one question about funding. Are these centers all federally funded? Do the states have to pitch in? And I ask that in part because going forward, could funding issues cause a sustainability problem?
So I think that it's fair to say the catalyst for the state that we're in right now has been largely federally funded, particularly for the call line. One of the other components of SAMHSA that comes through the center that I work with, actually through a grant process, gives every state and territory some amount of money to develop a crisis response system. And so that money can be used for the development and support of the 988 call centers. That can also be used for the development of mobile crisis teams and also for crisis respite, crisis response centers, so the places where people can go. So we are doing that. We're seeing a lot of states really stepping up well. And structurally, we like to see 3 components in the system: someone to talk with, someone to respond, and a place to go. And that's really how we're trying to shape or get states to think about what a person in crisis might potentially need.
Dr. Anita Everett, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for your interest in this area. It's very important.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Every 40 seconds, someone in the United States has a stroke, and 80% of those cases are preventable. This month is AFib Awareness Month. AFib is short for atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. So now would be the perfect time to do something so easy to manage your heart health at home in between doctor's visits. KardioMobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. You get 6 views of your heart and 6 times the data to share with your doctor. And it's FDA cleared to detect AFib. Now, you might be thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you can. It's more advanced than any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. And now, for a limited time, KardioMobile is giving 20% off to all of my listeners. Just go to Kardia.com, that's Kardia.com, or Amazon, and use code 2024-BENSON. That's 2024-BENSON to get 20% off your KardioMobile 6L, sponsored by AliveCore Inc.
Hey, Bill O'Reilly here, author of the #1 best-selling narrative history series in the world. Today I'm here to talk about my new book, Confronting the Presidents. From Washington to Biden, Confronting the Presidents gives insightful portraits of all 45 U.S. chief executives. Who were these men really? Please read Confronting the Presidents, available now.
Paid for by St. Martin's Press.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
As the leaves change, so can your ride. With the all-new 2025 Infiniti QX80, now available at Infiniti of Westchester. This month, elevate your drive with unmatched luxury, bold design, and performance that's built to conquer any season. The 2025 Infiniti QX80 is here, where style meets power and comfort knows no bounds. So visit us in-store or check us out online at infinityofwestchester.com and step into the future of driving today. Philly rides with us.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I just love my new patio doors and love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time for it. For the entire month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a new front door, up to a $500 value. An updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home and obviously increase the resale value. Whether you're looking for a single door, double door, or maybe a door with beautiful side lights, their experienced project consultants can help you choose that perfect new door for your home. If you or somebody you know is looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. You can always take an online virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Be first in line to secure a 2025 Philly season ticket package before the public on sale with a deposit. Get benefits such as price savings, great seat locations, and more. Reserve yours at phillies.com/season deposits. Find everything you need to know about the Phils in one place at Phillies.com. From team news, highlights, and more, there's no better place to get your fill of the Phils than Phillies.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Mideast tensions on the rise as rocket attacks continue from both Israel and Hezbollah as fears increase of a wider conflict. Republican Congressman Scott Perry telling Fox's John Scott that President Biden is asking the wrong side to start talks on a ceasefire agreement.
While he's calling for a ceasefire, he keeps on calling on the good guys, the Israelis, to start the conversation. He needs to start with the bad guys, which is Hezbollah, Hamas, and quite honestly, their benefactor, which is Iran.
UN General Assembly convenes in New York today. The current world conflict's expected to be front and center. President Biden expected to address the UN Tuesday. And a bipartisan agreement reached in Congress Sunday, avoiding a government shutdown. The legislation passing 405 to nothing and funds the government till December 20th. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Vikings and Steelers are the NFL's surprise teams through 3 weeks. Both teams 3-0. Minnesota got 4 Sam Darnold touchdown passes to rout Houston 34-7 Sunday, and Pittsburgh's dominant defense shut down the Chargers 20-10. The Chicago White Sox 4-2 loss to the Padres Sunday was their 120th loss of the season, tying the 1962 New York Mets for the most losses ever since 1900. And on the first day of the WNBA playoffs, Las Vegas Aces star Asia Wilson named WNBA Most Valuable Player. She's only the second unanimous winner in league history. Rookie phenom Caitlin Clark finished 4th in the voting. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Football tailgates and viewing parties, shuttling the kids off to and from school and activities, hectic weekend schedules. All reasons why Captain Chucky's is the name to remember. Get your orders into Captain Chucky's and take the stress out of mealtime planning. Remember the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake and new Wild Shrimp Scampi Ravioli. Delicious, nutritious, and fresh meals are as close as your nearest Captain Chucky's. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. At the shore, visit CaptainChucky'sAtTheShore.com.
New Jeeps from $269 a month at TurnersVilleJeep.com. Drive a new Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, Compass, or Ram truck from $269 a month at TurnersVilleJeep.com.
2024 Compass, 4-cylinder auto, $269 a month, 7,500 miles, closed-end lease, 39 months with $2269 due at inception. Total payments $12,491. MSRP $35,340. VIN number RT175028. Residual $19,083. Tax and tags extra. Not valid with trade-in. $599 dock fee. Ends 9/7/24.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care.
So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, I'm going to let you in on a little wireless hack that can cut your cell phone bill in half every single month. Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, they want you to believe that you need unlimited data so they can overcharge you. Well, here's the fact. Most of you are buying way more data than you'll ever need. Now, Pure Talk, my cell phone company, only charges you for data that you actually need. For example, for $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and 5 gigs of data plus mobile hotspot, $25. And do you know what you can do with 5 gigs of data? Well, you can browse the internet for 135 hours, stream 1,000 songs, and watch 10 hours of video. Stop overpaying for wireless. Get 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Check in with one of Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team members. No contract to sign, no activation fee, and you can even keep your phone and your phone number. Pound 250, keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month from Pure Talk.
Join us to conquer childhood cancer on Sunday, September 29th for Children's Hospital of Philadelphia's Parkway Run and Walk, presented by Citadel Credit Union. All funds raised support CHOPS Cancer Center. Learn more and register today at parkway.chop.edu.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit audacyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Audacy radio stations.
The new era Phillies team store never goes out of style. Shop our expansive collection of hats, jerseys, and other Phils apparel today. Shipping is also available. Visit phillies.com/new era for store hours. Be first in line to secure a 2025 Phillies season ticket package before the public on sale with a deposit. Get benefits such as price savings, great seat locations, and more. Reserve yours at phillies.com/season deposits.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Audacy app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, September 23rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Audacy app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. We have a lot to delve into on a Monday morning. Dawn, good morning. How was your weekend?
Good morning. Happy Monday morning. Saw ELO over the weekend, the final concert tour Saturday night.
A little Jeff Lynne action there.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Look at you.
Were you secretly a morning mystery movie clip winner?
I was not. We paid.
Okay.
But it was incredible.
Very nice. Gregory?
Hey, man. How are you? Doing good?
Yeah, I'm not as good as the Eagles. Not as good as the Eagles after scoring 15 points. But, hey, a win's a win, right?
Oof.
What was that yesterday?
We won.
I'm happy. Trust me, I'm happy. And I picked them to lose, so I'm even more happy. I love being wrong when it turns out good for my guys.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm just...
Where would they be without Saquon Barkley? I mean, honestly, 0-3?
Yes.
I mean, without A.J. Brown, it's all Barkley, and they still can't stop Barkley.
I know.
Guy was going off yesterday.
It's unbelievable.
Like he's at Whitehall High School again. Having flashbacks to when he lit up my alma mater, Easton High School. But we'll take it. We will take it. All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to today. A big take on all things election. Interesting fallout over the weekend when it pertains to all things election, from voting to ballots to early ballots, mail-in voting, second/third debates that won't happen, whistleblower allegations again. We'll get to all of that this morning. Also, we've got some battleground updates for you. We've got more ballot BS. If you're keeping track, we've got Luzerne County in Pennsylvania. We've got Montgomery County right here in our own backyard. And now we have another story coming out of Arizona, courtesy of the Fox TV affiliate in Phoenix, that we will get to this morning. Plus, early voting in person underway in 3 states. We'll get to that this morning as well. The cut sheet, the voicemails, and so much more. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news, because there is a lot of it. And by the way, if you're not on YouTube yet, get on over there, because there will be a visual component to the news at some point this morning.
You mean the hellhole that is Philadelphia?
That is correct. You said it, sir, not me.
Are we officially one of those S-hole countries?
Have we delved into third world? This is a beautiful city with lots to do. Visit Philadelphia.
Sure.
Feels like a tourism ad here. All right, without further ado, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Monday morning, September 23rd. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds this morning. Philadelphia police officers attacked, their cars damaged, trying to deal with all that chaos over the weekend. Illegal car meetups. This, according to Philadelphia police, one officer in the hospital recovering still this morning. Investigators say these illegal gatherings were reported over a span of about 7 hours, starting late Saturday into early Sunday, and featured hundreds of these cars, drag racing, drifting, trash fires all over the place. So crowds of people engaging in reckless activity, as they say, leading to several, as I say, Philadelphia police officers injured, one still in the hospital. And so this morning, the message is, hey, there is even video with a flamethrower. If you were one of those individuals, they have you on camera, so they are going to hunt you down and arrest you.
Good.
We're playing the video right now on the YouTube. It looks...
You know what this looks like? This looks like the end of the Joker movie with Joaquin Phoenix.
Very good point, yeah.
Does it not? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's pure pandemonium and chaos.
It's chaos right now.
Look at this.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And I think I don't know, Phil, if you can go back to the top or restart it, rewind it, whatever you do back there. I mean, right in the beginning, it looks like with that police officer and that vehicle moving, it looks like an SUV that the officer is driving. I swear there's human beings on top of the vehicle while it's moving, right? Or am I missing?
Look at these animals.
It's crazy.
God.
I don't know if you have the City Hall video, but in that one, the drivers are doing burnouts and stunts, and at one point they're spinning around a ring of fire.
Yeah,
what the heck?
I think that's at the end of the last one.
Okay,
we just played.
Yeah. All right. Well, what other details do we have?
So
I'm very curious about
the other location other than City Hall, 7400 block of Bustleton Ave, and then at 20th and Pattison, at Island and Bartram Aves, and 15th and Market Streets. All of these are just some of the locations.
Mm-hmm.
And so one of my favorite quotes from Philadelphia police. They said it was like basically officers were playing a game of whack-a-mole.
Mhm.
So you would go try to disperse one crowd, then they show up someplace else. They'd move to another place.
Look at these fireworks explosions going off.
And just defiance.
Yeah. The script, if you're not on YouTube right now, it says The Fast and the Furious Philadelphia. This is life in Philly. I'm reading some of the captions and the headlines on whoever recorded this one. Because if you look at it, everybody's recording on their phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be, I was there. I was a witness, right? Look at this.
And that was the point that they were making, how aggressive they were, and they obviously they don't care. They don't care. Even with police, at least 5 police cars are damaged.
Yep.
After this.
Yep.
The mobile police station at 15th and Market Street, that was dispatched. 200 vehicles were involved throughout the weekend.
They just jump
Holy moly.
They just jump on police cars.
Yeah.
Like it's
smashing windshields.
No respect for it's
Right.
just it's
And if you're an
unbelievable.
officer, what are you supposed to do?
Oh, I would.
Yeah. I mean, seriously.
Well-
I would go in there with a machine gun.
So then you would be charged
I know.
with attempted murder by D.A. Krasner, and he would want to put you on trial and have you spend the rest of your life behind bars.
F these people.
Has the mayor, Sherelle Parker, issued a statement? Has she posted anything on social media? Where's the mayor at right now? Because we know the DA's not going to do anything. The mayor said, I'm going to clean up the streets, right? Yeah.
I know we had at least one deputy commissioner speaking out about it yesterday. I did not see the mayor speaking out about it, but I know that we had high-level, police, at least one of the deputy commissioners, if not 2, were out there giving information. But they're saying anybody, if you are out there, you will face serious charges, and it's on video across the city. So they're now scanning all of this and trying to catch, all of these individuals. That's their goal.
Yep.
215-686-TIPS. If you know anybody who was out there, turn them in.
Not only the police and putting their lives at risk with this, but the residents around there.
Yeah.
Just like
Or businesses.
Yeah, you just hear this. It's just like,
Mhm.
why would anybody want to live here?
Right.
Why would anybody want to live in the city?
Yep.
Honest to God.
Yep.
Honest
I
to
agree.
God.
I co-sign that 1,000%. And I want to know how this was orchestrated. How was this organized? Was this communicated via social media? Why don't we start getting law enforcement and agencies involved and tracking down these people that communicated probably through social media? Because you just don't have hundreds, if not thousands, of people showing up like that out of the blue.
No. These are all organized on social media.
Yep.
On a school night, I might add.
I want them tracked down like they walked into the Capitol.
Your parents.
Have you done your homework? So we have also today, we have Aramark workers. They are letting us know they are striking against, and this is all 3 stadiums, South Philadelphia Stadium, starting today. Cooks, bartenders, other food service workers will begin picketing outside Citizens Bank Park, Wells Fargo Center, as well as Lincoln Financial Field this morning. Union leaders saying workers want family-sustaining wage increases and year-round healthcare benefits from company leaders. And so they're also releasing a statement saying that, in fact, they hope that you go to the games because the Phillies could clinch tonight. Hopefully, we clinch tonight. Didn't get her done in New York over the weekend. So, officially, it's only a matter of time.
I mean, they clinch a playoff spot. They haven't clinched the division.
Yeah, clinch the division.
I'm more concerned about what happens come playoff time for Red October if Aramark is on strike. What is it, BYOB, BYOF, bring your own food for the playoffs?
They're telling everybody to
pack a lunch?
Tailgate, yeah.
BYOT, bring your own tailgate.
Bring your own tailgate, yeah.
So they're saying, we hope you go to, support your teams, have a lot of fun, please tailgate beforehand, and don't patronize, inside. Buy your own food and drinks, and don't buy your food and drinks from Aramark. Instead, the union suggested tailgating, bring your own stuff.
Were they
support
picketing?
The union.
Were they picketing right outside of our building because we are in the Aramark building?
That is correct.
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
The file footage I saw that they were right outside our building.
Yeah.
This morning?
Not this morning.
Oh,
I didn't
maybe
see
they
them this
will
morning. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe they will be, which would affect Market Street
Yeah.
if you're coming in later this morning.
Yeah, or me getting home from my nap.
Oh, God.
Jerks.
Do not interrupt Nick Hill's nap.
Go back to work, people.
So infuriating.
It is.
By the way, after 4 years, SEPTA is reinstating the phased-in parking fees. This starts this morning, so no more free parking Right, SEPTA riders will be able to pay for parking fees, they say, by using the SEPTA Park app, kiosks, or via text message for your convenience. But no more free parking. And this obviously started during the pandemic when nobody was coming into the city anyway.
Right.
So it's been 4 years, but they had warned us that this was going to happen. Starting today, you're going to pay.
Okay.
So we have that word. Sponsored by Budget Blinds. Another headline is that over the weekend, we know that former President Donald J. Trump was asked if he would run again if he lost the presidential election this November, and he has said no.
Yeah,
won't run again.
Yeah,
he also said that. He also said that in 2020. So.
Yeah, but this time around,
Melania is putting her 6-inch heel down.
2 assassination attempts. He'd be 82. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an interview with Cheryl Atkinson. We have all that audio, and I will play it for you at 7:45 this morning, or as close as I can get to.
Yeah.
So good.
I'm going to try to stay on track today, baby.
What?
Yeah, I'm going to be like the Eagles. I'm going to stay ahead of the chains all day, baby.
That's good.
Well, we are sponsored by Budget Blinds. Ready for fall? Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation, the only no questions asked warranty in the business. When you schedule your consultation, ask about their special radio offer. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring Kill & Company. Indeed sponsors our forecast both for our sports and weather. Indeed, need to hire. You're going to love the forecast if you like a little bit cooler weather. So the high today, just 74 degrees. We could see some sprinkles this evening, nothing heavy. But this week, notably cooler temperatures were in the low to mid 70s throughout the week. And not a bright, sunny, full sunny day in store until the end of the week. So enjoy today's cooler temps. We sure need the rain. But hopefully, I believe the rain will hold off for this evening. So just a little cooler. Maybe grab your Phillies jacket if you're headed down to the ballpark this evening as the game with the Phils v. the Cubs. This evening, 6:40 p.m. Eagles got her done at St. Louis. My pick was
not St. Louis.
Or excuse me, Saints. Why did I say St. Louis? Saints.
That's close enough.
New Orleans.
Nolans.
My pick, I was too anxious to get to my pick. My pick was on Friday was 21-14, so I was wrong.
Yes.
I was right that we won 15-12.
Yeah. And you had a low scoring game.
I did have a low scoring. So
both Nick and I had higher scoring.
This is why I stay out of the sports news these days, and I let the expert Don Stenson handle that.
Right. No, I don't know about that.
I got Ungats this year with this team. Everything I say is the opposite.
So 15-12, that was sweet.
Yeah, we have a little highlight from Saquon Barkley when he went on his mad tear.
Yeah.
Saw this audio courtesy of our sister station 94 WIP.
It is 2nd down and 5. Do they keep it on the ground with Saquon Barkley? They do. He breaks free. He's at the 50, the 40, the 30. He's going to go! Touchdown! Saquon Barkley!
Well, that's breaking it wide open. Unbelievable blocking. He comes off of that left side, and there's a crease. And when he hits the crease, he just starts to put on the jets, and he outruns everybody. Marshawn Lattimore is in his wake.
65-yard touchdown run, and the Eagles not only score, but they take the lead.
I know everybody's been killing Howie Roseman with all these bad draft picks with these Georgia kids on defense that can't play a lick. But let's give Howie a little credit for getting Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Because without him, they're probably 1-2, if not 0-3. Because it's not the quarterback right now. By the way, Jalen Hurts has more interceptions than touchdown passes through 3 weeks. So, yeah, doesn't make me feel too good.
Ouch. We are sponsored by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Kill & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15. Let's get to a Monday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it is brought to you by United Tire. The Big Take, 6 weeks and counting. A month and a half to go. It's the 2024 election, and it is fast approaching. And the big picture crystallized even more over the weekend, from election integrity to razor-thin polling margins to closing the door on more debates and also possible whistleblower confirmation, or perhaps not. We'll get to that coming up at 6:30, but no slow days ahead. But we begin with a follow-up to our local story in Montgomery County that we gave you on Friday's show, and it's now official as the RNC has filed a lawsuit against Montgomery County for, quote, illegally issuing untested early ballots. The defendants, Montgomery County, are the only county in the state of Pennsylvania to have commenced voting without completing LNA testing. If you recall on Friday's show, Commissioner Neil Makija was posting selfies last week on social media because he believed he might have been the first person in the entire state to submit a ballot for early voting. Translation, you might be the first to have broken the law in the state of Pennsylvania and then also add fuel to the fire of early voting and mail-in ballot skepticism in this country. He's also a confirmed and noted Donald Trump hater, posting on his social media feed in September of 2020 that, quote, Trump's mic needs to be muted permanently, end quote. But I'm sure he's very fair and impartial. But good news, however, in another critical swing state, as Georgia's election board has ruled that ballots must be hand counted. That news coming down Friday, that ballots must be hand counted by local precincts, despite concerns from election officials and opposition from some state officials. The Georgia Election Board ruled 3-2 in favor of requiring ballots to be hand counted. According to The Hill, election workers and other members who spoke before the board voted on the rule change, expressed concern that requiring the hand counting of ballots would be cost prohibitive and time prohibitive, particularly as it comes near to the date of the election, and it could undermine trust in how elections are conducted. I look at it this way. I don't care how long it takes you, and I don't care how much it costs, because you know what has led to the undermining of trust in how elections are conducted? Machines, technology, printers. So again, I don't care how long it takes, just get it right. This is the United States of America, not a third world country. But when we look at this country and this election from a polling perspective, we're all wondering, how close is this election really? Let's go to election polling data guru Harry Enton of CNN. Here's part one of his latest weekend analysis. Listen and watch this.
My goodness gracious, could the race be any tighter in these battleground states? Look, in the Great Lakes, you got Harris by 2 in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, well within the margin of error. How about in the Sun Belt, though? It's even tighter. You got a 1-point race in Nevada favoring Kamala Harris. You got a less than 1-point race in North Carolina, Trump ahead, but we're talking about like 0.2 percentage points. Arizona, a 1-point advantage. Georgia, a 1-point advantage for Donald Trump. The race, very, very close. Now, let's just say the polls were exactly right. What does that mean for the electoral map? Well, it would mean a really tight race. Look at this. Kamala Harris getting 276 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 262, mostly on the basis of winning these Great Lake battleground states, despite the fact that Trump carries 3 of the 4 Sun Belt battleground states. But the bottom line is, Kate Baldwin and dear audience, this race is tight, tight, tight.
Now, in the realm of playing the hypotheticals.
Yes.
So let's do that.
Yes, I love those.
Comparing how, if the polling is off, like it was in 2020, what would that do to the electoral map?
So look at Donald Trump's electoral vote total right now, if the polls are exactly right, 262. But let's say the polls are off like they were back in 2020. Look where he goes. He goes to 312. Why is that? Because the polls underestimated Donald Trump in 2020. So the bottom line is, instead of losing those Great Lake battleground states, he wins all of them. He obviously holds on to North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona, and he gains Nevada. So if the polls are as good as they were in 2020, despite the fact that at this particular hour Donald Trump trails in enough states to give Kamala Harris the victory, if the polls are off like they were in 2020, Donald Trump would actually win the election.
And keep in mind that Donald Trump always outperforms the polls. Remember where he was percentage-wise in 2016 and then what he did and built upon in 2020? But if that is accurate with what Harry Enton was showing us, it would be Harris 276, Trump 262. If it's wrong, like it was in 2020, and Trump overperforms again, Trump has a victory that almost mirrors what he did in 2016 over Hillary Clinton. But what if the polls are more like the dreaded midterms of 2022? Here's part 2 of Harry Enton on CNN. Listen and watch this.
There were big elections since 2020 that involved 2022 midterms. What if it was off? Then now compare it to the polling offage of 2022.
Look, I think a lot of people are focusing on the 2020 polling, Aaron, believing, the polls always underestimate Republicans. Not always, because look at what happens if the polls are off like they were in 2022. Well, Kamala Harris goes from losing that election to winning it with 319 electoral votes. Why? Because the polls underestimated Democrats in 2022. So Kamala Harris gets back all of these Great Lake battleground states, but she adds to her column North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So the bottom line is this race is way too close to call, and the past elections show us it's way too close to call because polls are a tool. They are not Nostradamus.
I got to tell you, I don't see either candidate reaching 300 plus votes in the Electoral College. Not Trump, not Harris, certainly not Harris with 319 to 219. I could see 276 to 262. I could also see 270 to 268, which would lead, I think, to pandemonium and a lot of anxiety across the country, especially if we have to wait a few days for the results after Tuesday, November 5th. But what about the debates? Trump has done 2. Kamala has done 1. Will we get a Kamala-Trump sequel? Harris says that she's ready. News coming down on Saturday afternoon that Kamala Harris has accepted the CNN invitation to a debate on Wednesday, October 23rd, which would be less than 2 weeks before Election Day. Here's a statement from the Harris campaign saying, quote, "The American people deserve another opportunity to see Vice President Kamala Harris and Donald Trump debate before they cast their ballots." That according to Jen O'Malley Dillon of the Harris Walls campaign, saying, quote, "It would be unprecedented in modern history for there to be just one general election debate. Debates offer a unique chance for the voters to see the candidates side by side and take stock of their competing visions for America," end quote. But keep in mind, the first debate between Trump and Biden was way back on June 27th on CNN with Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. And after what we saw from David Muir and Lindsey Davis on ABC, CNN actually looks like a home field for Trump. We gave CNN credit for being fair and balanced, and they look even better after the ABC debacle. And there's an argument to be made on both sides for Trump and a second debate against Kamala. But what does 45 have to say about it? Here was DJT in North Carolina on Saturday at his latest rally. Listen and watch.
The problem with another debate is that it's just too late. Voting has already started. She's had her chance to do it with Fox. You know, Fox invited us on, and I waited, and they turned it down. But now she wants to do a debate right before the election with CNN because she's losing badly. You know, it's like a fighter. She sees the pulse. She sees what's happening. She's losing badly. But it's like a fighter who goes into the ring and gets knocked out. The first thing he says is, "I want a rematch. I want a rematch." And I won all of the primaries. Remember, she won none. She went into no primary. She got no votes. Biden, in all fairness, I'm no fan. But in all fairness to him, he got 14 million votes. She got none. She's done one debate. I've done 2. It's too late to do another. I'd love to in many ways, but it's too late. The voting is cast. The voters are out there immediately. Is everybody voting? Please get out and vote.
And I do agree with Trump. October 23rd, it's too late. Voting certainly has already started. But by October 23rd, if not by now already, most people have made up their minds. I also agree with Trump about Kamala Harris turning down Fox in a cowardly fashion. Where I disagree is with the boxing analogy that Trump keeps using. I'm not sure that she is losing in the polls like he claims that she is, and I don't think she lost the first debate. But I legitimately could argue both sides. Part of me says, get back in the ring. Go on CNN where you were treated fairly and crush her. But that would require laser focus. And strategically, I would also say this. Trump in a potential debate should bring up the dangerous rhetoric that they have used that has led to attempts on his life and pin the blame on their verbiage. And then, of course, hammer home economy, border, and war. And ignore her bait. Don't take it in the event you do get in the ring one more time, which it doesn't look like that will happen. That said, on the flip side, I think she's very confident to debate him again. I think that's why she's accepted a second debate, because she got the first one out of the way, and maybe she's feeling like she can goad him into taking the bait a second time. But it looks like all we have left is Vance and Walz on October 1st. And that appears to be it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take. on Kayal & Company.
Brought to you by United Tire. Right now, when you buy any 4 tires at United Tire, you'll receive a free oil change or a basic 4-wheel alignment. United Tire cares as much about your car as you do. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the locally owned United Tire location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United. We have a lot to get to when it comes to the election in the next 45 minutes. From early voting in person underway in 3 states. We've got battleground updates and also more ballot shenanigans, once again, in a county that we are all too familiar with when it pertains to a swing state like Arizona. It's all still on tap this morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Kayal & Company on a Monday morning. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are having 2 fabulous back-to-school specials. The 2024 S60 front-wheel drive sedan and the exciting electric C40 each can be leased for 36 months for $369. Do-It Inception would be a down payment and taxes and registration fees. But in New Jersey, the C40 has no tax. The $369 is an incredible payment on each of these Cherry Hill Volvos. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo. Our team would be honored to partner with you.
Another summer has come and gone. The air is crisper. And of course, football is back. That means the holidays will be here soon. Time to get off the sidelines and huddle up with Cozy Jewelers and pick out the perfect piece for the one you love. There is nothing more thoughtful than a one-of-a-kind piece of jewelry made locally at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Paul Cozy is the guy for all of your custom jewelry needs. Family owned and operated. Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. CozyJewelers.com.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door? Get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door? Get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Just 2 years ago, Bob Casey told us his vote for $1 trillion spending spree would miraculously reduce inflation. Casey promised his vote will reduce inflation. Have you been to a grocery store lately? Did Casey reduce anything except his credibility? In fact, it was Bob Casey's vote for reckless spending that caused this inflation in the first place. Prices went up, and now you're paying more for almost everything. Casey admits he failed. Prices have skyrocketed. Just listen to Casey.
You have boneless chicken going up 38% and paper products like toilet paper going up 35%.
Groceries cost more. Rent and housing cost more. Pennsylvania families are struggling. Casey promised to fix this mess. Instead, he made it worse. Bob Casey failed. We need a change to get back on track. It's time to change Washington. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Of course, we all need to save a little cash, especially during back-to-school season. Saving money on your utility bills is a great start. Sign up for the C&C Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan. Minimize the wear and tear on your system and lower your energy bills this winter. If your HVAC needs replacing, C&C makes budgeting for a new system a snap with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with C&C Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts. Start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Audacy app.
Get up, Harry! Come on, let's go!
Let's go, rise and shine, Philadelphia. Another work week is upon us. 6:33 live on this Monday morning. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Audacy app. Watch us live on YouTube. And let it rip on social media at 1210 WPHT. Your phone calls always encouraged. 855-839-1210. Eagles Joe sent me a tweet during the break. He says, I think CNN treated Trump fairly at that debate because the mission was set. Make Biden look horrible to stage the coup to replace him. I highly doubt the network would treat him the same way with Kamala, a set candidate in place. And I don't disagree with that first part, but I disagree with the second part. After the ABC travesty, CNN would have to be fair or run the risk of getting the same justified treatment that ABC has had to endure after that disgraceful moderation performance from David and Lindsay a few weeks ago, whatever it is at this point. But Dawn, I'm going to get your thoughts on this. Kamala has accepted and Trump has said no thanks. It's too late. Your thoughts? Smart move by Trump? Missed opportunity? What do you think?
I think that Kamala Harris, her camp knew that it was late and they had an opportunity early on to lock in debates. They did not. And so now it's disingenuous and they're just trying to make the headlines and cause the discussion to make Trump look like, I don't know, he's afraid or something like that. Mm-hmm. But I think it's way too late. It's ridiculous. So,
yeah, and to that point, I just don't know. As much as I would love to see it, as much as I think it would be an opportunity for Trump to, kind of correct whatever flaws that he presented the first time around on September 10th. But let's be real. I mean, today's September 23rd. A month from now, it's October 23rd. You're 12 days from an election. How many people on it? And even with that little sliver out there of the undecideds, the little bit of the independent out there that could sway the election one way or the other, do we really think there's anybody out there that will go into that debate on October 23rd if it went off saying, you know what, I'm going to sit down tonight and in the next 90 minutes, I'm going to arrive at a conclusion? I honestly don't even know that there's that many independents out there or undecideds. Like, we can sit here and look at polls, and we'll do that in a little bit. Virginia, New York, and then obviously the battleground states, whether it's the Sun Belt or the Big Ten states, whatever you want to call them, of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I just don't know how many more people out there would sit back and say, man, Trump had a great, objectively looking at it, Trump had a great night. You know what, Trump, you've got my vote. Or Kamala Harris, wow, you all of a sudden you gave me policy for 3 minutes. You've got my vote. By October 23rd, I think we're all just sitting here saying, can we just get to election day already, right? Like, so I don't even know what it accomplishes. And if that doesn't accomplish anything,
We're only about a week away, right? 8 days. I think next Tuesday's the Veep debate. Is that going to impact anybody's decision-making at all either? Because those two candidates have actually been more visible than their running mate atop the ticket. If you look at the math, right? Walz has done 4 appearances. Harris is 3. Trump's done 14. J.D. Vance has done like 60.
It won't. I don't know if it'll necessarily change people's minds, the Veep debate, but it will control the media narrative for that week. So if it's, earned media or whatever, whatever the fireworks are, if there are any, or whoever quote unquote wins that debate, that will be the talking point for the media for the next couple of days. So I guess you can control the news cycle, how well or bad your candidate does.
Yeah, and to your point with media coverage and what narrative is set, what was the word of the summer? The word of the summer was weird.
Yep.
And what's going to be on full display if either guy, Walz or Vance, brings up weirdness, it's going to be this. Look how weird this guy, right? Tim Walz. I can already tell you what's going to happen. Everybody look at me on social media. Look at Tim Walz. He's flailing. He's waving his arms. What's going on with his arms and all the weirdness of Tim Walz? Which, by the way, did you see the video over the weekend of Tim Walz changing the oil in his vehicle?
Oh, we have that.
My goodness gracious!
Yeah.
He's just trying to resonate with the working class Joe out there.
That is a nice car he has. It's a '79. Some sort of a Bronco, I think.
Okay.
It's a pretty cool car. But yeah, he's sitting there talking about Project 2025.
Right, and then he transitions to that.
Yeah, it's very staged and very douche chilly.
Douche chilly. Just a thought though about as far as Trump and the debates. Kamala Harris took 5+ days where we never saw her. The excuse was, I'm preparing for the debate.
Hunkered down.
And so I think, in this, for her to take off a week in that last week of October allows her the opportunity to say, I'm getting ready for the debate. I just think it's better to be out there. And I think that when you think about monetarily, a campaign, for the Trump campaign to do rallies every day, to be out there, spend their money more wisely. But as well, they can point out to say, why isn't the candidate out? Why isn't she doing interviews? She was in the headlines again over the weekend and this morning again for not answering the questions. At some point, she's got to answer the question. So I think a debate would allow her the excuse, I'm getting ready for the debate.
You're exactly right.
Does she have to answer the questions, though? I get it.
At some point, it's a bad look.
Any informed voter should say, hey, you know what? We don't know where she stands on this, that, and the other. But we have Stephanie Ruhle on Bill Maher over the weekend basically saying she doesn't have to answer anything. There's two questions, and the other is a threat to democracy. So, that's the way they're looking at it. Her campaign is taking a calculated approach that this is going to benefit them. The less she talks in unscripted interviews, and the more she stays on script and does these rallies, the better it's going to be for her. So they're making this decision to go full throttle down this road. Will it pay off? I guess we're going to see in 45 days.
It's very interesting what their internal polling is telling them. Is their strategy working by hiding her? If it is, if they look at their numbers and say yes, then they continue to do so. But the counter to that has been that Kamala's internal polling is not nearly as good as the external polling is showing, which is why she's trying to get Trump involved in a second debate to boost their numbers. Which one's accurate, which one's true, I don't know, and we only see one of the two, right? We only see the polls that are publicly. We're not privy to what they see internally.
Well, you brought up a really good point in your big take, by the way. If you missed it, if you're tuning in right now at 6:40, just go back on the Audacy app on the rewind and hit 6:15 on the chapters section there. It's a very cool feature on the Audacy app. You brought up a good point that the polls for Trump have always gotten his support wrong. But in 2022, and that was 2016 and 2020 when he was on the ballot, but in 2022, the polls also underestimated the Democrat support after the Roe decision. So, at this point, it's like, yeah, she's up 5 here, she's up 3 there, he's up 1 there. There's a new New York Times Siena poll that was out this morning, that has him taking the lead in mostly all the Sun Belt states, Arizona and all that. So, who knows at this point?
The question, I think, and when you look nationwide, you can sit there and point out, look at Republicans' records since Roe v. Wade, when abortion's been on the ballot. They've lost every election. I don't know if it's 9, 10, 11, or 12 at this point, but it's basically an offer. But also, you can maybe, if you're trying to feel better about that and create yourself some positive optimism as far as, what the polls have shown historically versus the turnout. I mean, if we're being honest, Mastriano and Oz were not great candidates. And also, debates didn't really seem to impact because most people had their mind made up. But I'll go back to what Dawn said 2 Thursdays ago at Scottish Rite Auditorium when we were getting ready to intro Don Jr. and Dom. And Dawn was firing up the crowd, and she says, Republicans, Trump supporters, conservatives, and I'm paraphrasing here, but Dawn, I think you remember this. It's time to come out of the closet. As far as coming out of the closet from a polling perspective, I think that's why Trump does always overperform and outperform the polls, because I think a lot of people that are polled publicly don't want to say, for whatever the reason might be, they're a Trump supporter, which is why he always eclipses the expectation.
I would have agreed with that in 16 and 20. I don't agree with that now. I think Trump supporters are out. I think they're vocal.
No,
I think you
they're
see
not.
all the
Women are not. I'll tell you right now.
Okay.
Saw people over the weekend.
So you just
it's a
suburban
thing.
moms,
Mm-hmm. Dawn, I hear you. I know what you're saying. Can't do it.
But I don't wave
Okay,
the flag.
canceled.
I don't put out the hat. The whole bit. Okay. Well, if you're a Mets fan and you're a female and you went to Citi Field, we're going to get to this story later in the 9 o'clock hour. The lady got banned from the stadium because she refused it. An African-American lady wearing a MAGA hat, and the Mets wouldn't allow her in.
Yeah. I mean, that's...
And you wonder why they stay in the closet, right?
And if you, the thing about it is, like yard signs. So I even say, because I have Trump, I have all these Trump Force 47 events that I go to, and I have stuff in my minivan. And my kids are like, Mom, if you put up those Trump signs in front of the house, we're going to get vandalized. Uh-huh. But you see Harris Walls signs everywhere. What's the difference? Because the culture is that you are allowed to discriminate. You are allowed to even physically attack, verbally attack Trump supporters who are outward about it, because you better know your place and stay in the closet.
Yeah.
It's not right. It's the only allowed type of discrimination that's out there.
Yeah, it's very interesting, isn't it? Man, by the way, too, and I know I don't travel as much as you do, but I and this, again, I don't think it means anything. I'm going to be consistent. Same thing with rally sizes. I still don't see a ton of Harris Wall stuff. And that's now granted, I go to like 4 different places, and I have like 3 different routes I take most of my days throughout the week. Even going up to the Lehigh Valley and getting off and going through Northampton County yesterday for my brother-in-law's daughter's birthday party. I just don't see a lot of Harris Wall stuff. I still see more Trump stuff. And maybe it's just the select path I'm on. I know it means nothing in the grand scheme of things, but I'm not seeing a lot of Harris Wall stuff. And you're also not seeing a lot of people publicly in the athlete entertainer world, which we'll get to a little bit later in the show. They've kind of dialed back the support for Kamala Harris in Democrats. It's very different this time around, I think, compared to 2020, where everybody under the sun was coming out to back Biden against Trump. Very interesting dynamic. We'll kick that around in the 9 o'clock hour as well. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in your calls on the other side as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. But first, a word from the Piazza Auto Group, and we're speaking specifically about Volkswagen. That's right, the VW 2024 Tiguan, turbocharged SUV, features 4-motion all-wheel drive with active control. With the turn of a dial, you are able to switch between 4 different modes to fit your current driving conditions. And perhaps best of all, it's available right now with 0% APR for 60 months or a $2,000 customer bonus. Now is the time to visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne to learn more about the new 2024 Tiguan, or shop online at piazzavw.com.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
The sensational Sarah McLachlan, live in Atlantic City, celebrating 30 years of fumbling towards ecstasy, performing the album in its entirety, plus her greatest hits, for one incredible night, with special guest, Tiny Habits, live at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa, Friday, October 25th. Get tickets now at theborgata.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with an easy question. How are your cholesterol levels? Managing healthy cholesterol is a key to a strong heart and overall wellness. For over 38 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach their cholesterol goals. I've counted on Rescue for years, and with good reason. Their range of supplements designed to meet your specific needs, from omega-3s to red yeast rice and more. Take charge of your heart health today. Use the code DROP at checkout to double your order on any cholesterol product for free. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember to use the code DROP to buy one, get one free on Rescue Cholesterol products. Double up your cholesterol support today. Use the code DROP at res-q.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater in Media, Saturday, November 16th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
So much joy and laughter. Brought my friend who's a Giants fan, and I thought that he was going to hate it, but he laughed the whole time.
Well, the orchestra was phenomenal.
His daughter is really, really talented. His niece, all his brothers.
They're unbelievable. Go Chip Snapper!
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater in Media, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you worried about your roof handling the next storm?
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we provide top quality roofing services that fit your budget and stand the test of time.
And our team of roofing experts ensures your home stays safe and dry with durable, reliable roofing solutions to any problems you may have. Plus, at Emmons, we offer free inspections and free estimates.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
People are strange when you're a stranger. Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're unwanted. Streets are uneven when you're down. When you're strange, faces come out.
6:51, it is Kayal and Company live on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2 in just over 10 minutes' time. Loaded edition of the Cut Sheets coming up 7:45. Greg Stocker always says Friday, the best edition of the Cut Sheet. I prefer Mondays. After all of the shows from Friday and Saturday, Sunday, you got like a 72-hour collection sample size of all the talking heads and the pundits, all the data, all the bad opinions. We'll get to that coming up 7:45. We'll wrap up the hour, though, with your phone calls, 855-839-1210. Let's go to Ed. He's in Delran. He's got some thoughts. What's up, Eddie?
Hey,
bud.
It's the new work week, so I must speak to Nick, Dawn, and Greg, or I'll go out and I'll have to streak. But anyway, little joke for you.
Are you drinking
so
already? Ed, are you already cocktailing?
Yeah, because... let me tell you something. Tim Walsh, this is why I'm cocktailing. Tim Walsh said the truest thing I ever heard. Can we afford 4 more years of this? Oh my God, I could not believe it.
Yeah, I did see that. Was that the one? Was that when he was in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania? I know he was all over the place this past weekend.
It was, yeah.
You got it, my friend.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, I was in Bethlehem yesterday. Unfortunately, Timmy and I didn't cross paths, so I was hoping to swing by and shake his hand and flail my arms around. Which, by the way, can I just go back to the ad with him changing the oil in that Bronco? I mean, honest to God, you talk about a guy who's trying to resonate with middle-class America. Like, have you ever gone to your local United Tire and your guy's, changing the oil or whatever?
Can we play just a little bit of it right now?
Yeah.
Phil,
I can't get over that.
Phil, can you grab cut 2 here? He posted this on his social media accounts, right?
Correct.
So this is himself working on a truck while talking about Project 2025. Phil, just play a little bit of this. Cut 2, go.
Hey everybody, Governor Walls here. My 79 International Harvester Scout and my 5-year-old Black Lab Boxer Scout. Everything works on here, except one thing I'm still tinkering with, cruise control. So I'm going to show you how to fix that. At the same time, we talk about creating an opportunity economy so that everybody can get the opportunity to thrive. So come here, take a look at this. I'll show you how this thing works. It's fascinating how the cruise control works on these old vehicles. All right, here we go. 345 International motor, no computers, all analog. And this is the cruise control.
Yeah.
This thing works on vacuum, pulls, and this is ingenious. This arm is just a chain that slides back and forth inside this arm. And when it's working, works within a couple miles per hour. If J.D. Vance, along with Donald Trump, get the opportunity, the folks getting the tax cuts are going to be the billionaires. They don't care about fixing the cruise control on a 79 International because they can buy whatever they want. Middle-class folks are the ones that need the tax cut. That's what a President Harris administration will do.
By the way, can I just say that this stuff like this is the reason why the Harris campaign picked him instead of Josh Shapiro, because you can say what you will. This is a staged cringe fest. However, you're never going to see Josh Shapiro doing this.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Now, Josh Shapiro would try to buy a spiked lemonade and get carded and then be denied, which is another great story we forgot to get to last week. But real quick, and because I know Dawn wants to jump in, so you're talking about cruise control in your car, and then all of a sudden you pivot to opportunity economy. It's like changing your oil. Like, have you ever been at a United Tire and your guy's changing the oil, and he looks up and he goes, "So how about that Project 2025?" It's just, I always say Democrats historically have been better at messaging, but this administration and the one that we're currently living in are awful at messaging. It's really odd. It's very weird, actually. But go ahead, Dawn.
No, I just think that it's, first of all, the fact, if this were a Republican, they would find 10 new ways to rip him, but everybody puts it out there, oh, this is so cute, so Josh Shapiro would not shake the hand of his wife, who was his childhood sweetheart, by the way. I mean, Tim Walz is just awkward. To me, he's such a liberal governor. Look at his energy policies. They're not going to look at any of that. Right now, he's being sued by his neighboring states.
Well, yeah.
I mean, he's a policy disaster. They'll never point that out. Instead, they go, oh, look, he's tinkering with his car.
Uh-huh. The working class man. Kamala Harris's defining mission is to invest in the middle class. as the middle class has been decimated under Harris and Biden the last 4 years. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then we've got a lot of stuff to get to election-wise when it pertains to ballots as well as early voting in 3 states, including one that is still within striking distance for Donald Trump. We're back after this here on Kayal and Company.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
California Psychics was great. Gosh, I got everything I can imagine from my reading.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. In fact, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. So we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free.
She told me something about my love life that I needed to hear. I do feel better about my relationship from what she told me. I feel like I'm on the right path.
Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20, which means you could soon be taking a romantic stroll down the right path, too. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get $5 off with code RADIO5 when you download the app.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Audacy app.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh,
don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at bradfordwhite.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Audacy app. Download it now.
I wish you could swim.
7:02, it is Kayal and Company, hour number 2 underway here on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Take us wherever you go on the Audacy app. Watch us live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Like it, subscribe to it. Trick the algorithms. The algorithm wars between us and big tech.
Yeah, everybody watching, please hit the like button. Like and subscribe. Please.
Go.
Please. I see you all. And I see the discrepancy in the likes.
Stalker's tracking you folks
watching
out there.
you.
He's trying to get all the data possible.
Big brother, that's all right, Don.
Yeah. We got a lot of good stuff to get to, but before we do all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company, live this morning. Monday morning, much cooler today, cooler and mostly cloudy, 60 degrees, as we are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. So in the news this morning, following up on what's going on with Philadelphia police, we have at least one officer still hospitalized after the chaos over the weekend that's continuing to make national news. Philadelphia police officers were attacked, their cars damaged as they were called in answering 911 calls from residents and business owners across the city over the weekend with all these illegal car meetups. That, according to Philadelphia police, they say the illegal gatherings were reported over a span of many hours over the weekend, Saturday into yesterday, Sunday, and hundreds of cars, drag racing, drifting, trash fires, even one of those flamethrowers. Authorities reported a total of 11 illegal car meetups, 6 of which they say allegedly involved excessive violence and destruction. So cleaning up from that over the weekend, but they also are saying that they're still reviewing all the different security cameras, but that if you're captured on camera, they're reviewing all of it, you face serious charges, and they vow to arrest all of these people. At one point, cars spinning around a ring of fire just outside City Hall with a large crowd surrounding that one. But 11 total of these across the city, 15th and Market Streets, just across the city of Philadelphia. Damaged vehicles, about a half dozen police vehicles now out of service, damaged. What a mess.
Phil, you want to run the videos one more time again for the people that sleep in on Mondays?
Let me just ask. So, I know Opelka owns one. What is the point of purchasing a flamethrower? What exactly does that? How do you utilize that in your daily life?
I don't know, if you're clearing brush, maybe it might be
They
a
kill
good
weeds,
way to,
like on the patio, the ones that come off.
Instead of pulling them or cutting them or spraying them with something, buy a flamethrower.
Spaceballs the flamethrower.
People,
pretty cool.
Look at that.
Oh, it's a badass thing.
Yeah.
And then, look at that. This is just, now you've got people on dirt bikes. I'm so tired of these people with these especially the whole Fast and the Furious thing, dude. Like, that was 1999. It's over. Give it up. And look at these people. This guy's ready to get, that woman's vehicle looks like it's about to get pushed over sideways.
Yeah, what a mess. It's just the cops can't do anything.
Look at that guy. He's got a mask on. I thought that was banned in the city.
That was banned.
I want this guy hunted down.
The cops have their hands tied. They can't do anything, and it's just ugh.
Yeah, that guy looked like he just fired like some Molotov cocktail or something into the air. Now we got fireworks going off. I'm surprised nothing caught fire and burned down.
You want to talk about flamethrowers? I wish the cops had flamethrowers.
Yeah.
We could have had fried punks.
Yeah? How do you like your punk?
Yeah.
I like mine medium.
These people. Scumbags.
But it shows you their mentality. That they were, police cars were showing up, smashing their windshields, jumping on the hood of the vehicle.
Great point.
Just no respect because they know that our police officers are not backed fully by the DA's office. Bottom line here.
Complete disregard for law enforcement, because you're right. They know they'll get off lightly if they even get apprehended to begin with.
Those people that are sitting out, they're hanging out of the window while the cars are doing, donuts and stuff like that. I just pray that all of them fall out
and bang their head.
And and the car runs them over. That'd be amazing.
They probably sue the city for endangering them.
Exactly.
Smushed creep.
Yeah. Well, the officer was pursuing me too aggressively, so I fell out of the vehicle. I'm gonna file a suit.
You see all these people moving out of the city, and it's just like you know why? You know why? Like, who wants to put up with this crap?
Right.
Nobody. Nobody wants to put up with it. People just want to live their lives, go to work, raise their families, do what they do.
Right. Why would anybody? When you see this, if you saw this, if you were ever considering coming to Philadelphia as a tourist, why would you come here? And that's supposedly in a good section of town, right?
Yeah.
That's where it's
right
supposed
around
to
City
be.
Hall.
Yeah. It's supposed to be a nice little area.
It's insane.
It is.
David writes, Philly voted for this. Enjoy the show.
Yeah.
There you go. We want to update you on the Aramark workers strike. We're seeing they have those huge inflatable rats, and some of the striking workers are already out in force. They're going to be at the outside the Wells Fargo Center, Citizens Bank Park, obviously where the Phils are playing tonight, Lincoln Financial Field. So they're starting to show up this morning, and I believe the official start time is going to be 8 o'clock in the morning, but they're trickling in, but they have those big inflatable rats as far as asking people not to. They're not saying, don't go to the games if you have tickets. The basic point of these striking union members is they're saying, please do not patronize Aramark. Once you get inside, don't buy the food, don't buy the drinks.
I was just going to ask, do they have the entire rights of everything concession-wise inside the stadium?
Yeah.
It's all Aramark?
All three.
Okay.
It's all Aramark.
Okay.
So the union leaders their quote is that they want family-sustaining wage increases, year-round health care benefits from company leaders. Aramark also released a statement saying that they've been working with the union workers and that they've offered the offers they've given them are substantial, but they're working through this. So this strike beginning today, but if you're heading to any events in the stadium area or to any of the stadiums this evening, especially the Phillies, you're advised, traffic-wise, this could add to your traffic time. Get there early. And that would go along with what Aramark is saying, because they're saying, hey, get out there and tailgate so that you're full by the time you go inside the stadium. But it's Unite Here Local 274. That's Philadelphia Food Service Workers Union. And these picket line, as they join the picket line, cooks, servers, bartenders, dishwashers, concession workers, cleaners, retail workers, warehouse workers employed by Aramark. I was trying to read through this because essentially what they're saying is, I guess that if they work at different stadiums, they're not, depending on their contract, they're not considered a full-time worker.
Oh.
So they don't necessarily get the the full-time benefits. That's one of the complaints.
I'm assuming, and well, especially with all those, those games in those stadiums. I mean, if you have 3 or 4 home games a week, whether it's, the basketball arena or the baseball stadium, you're probably not getting 40 hours a week, right? I mean, think about it. 3 games. I know they work beyond just the game hours, but I mean, 5-6 hour shift, I'm guessing. I could be wrong. I mean, that's what, 20 hours, 18 hours? So I could see why they wouldn't have benefits if they're only working part-time hours.
Yeah, part of this appears to be that the union leaders the timing is that, remember, Mayor Sherrell Parker has just struck a deal with the Sixers for a new arena in Center City.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like they're saying, hey, you're going to get this influx of money with the mayor's big announcement.
We want our cut.
We want our VIG, as Zeoli always says. So because I was thinking, why now? Why today? I think part of it is the mayor's announcement. I think that's playing into this.
Yeah, I think you've connected the dots quite well, Ms. Stensland.
By the way, going back to the that Philly story with the car meetups,
yes.
Moosey on the YouTube chat writes, y'all would have absolutely no problem if the crowd were composed of white kids.
I don't even know what I couldn't even tell what the race of the people are.
Nobody
all wearing hoodies and masks.
Nobody could see the race of those.
To be honest, I thought the crowd was mostly white. I don't think they're majority African American individuals.
It's unbelievable. Everybody makes race out of it.
If they were all waving a Trump flag out of their trucks while they were doing it, you'd have no. Yeah, I would, because you can't do that.
Because in the past, remember that these car meetups. Remember, there was that one that turned tragic, where it was actually a white kid from Delaware County.
Yep.
His family suing because he was accused of, with a car full of white guys, was in a fancy sports car and was accused of driving that vehicle toward a law enforcement officer who fired his weapon, pierced the windshield, striking and killing the driver.
Yeah.
And so there was that one. And then remember, there was another crazy white kid. Remember, he jumped on the windshield or the back window of the mom, who's an African-American mom.
Yeah, remember she got
and her
out?
little one right outside City Hall.
Yeah.
Remember that? And
yeah,
she
she got out and gave him the business. I think she might have even beaten him up, didn't she? And he took off on the little crotch rocket?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, my.
I was like, hell yeah, lady, go ahead.
So traditionally, these are not African-American individuals.
Yeah.
So
who cares what color they are?
Right,
I don't care. Take a flamethrower and fry the streets of Philadelphia to anybody who acts up.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this.
Yeah, I just love when a troll works his way into the YouTube chat.
Yeah, but he's trying to make it race, but he should look at the video or look at the past arrests.
Yeah.
There's no evidence that, in fact, they are African-American.
Yeah.
So there's that. After 4 years, SEPTA, beginning this morning, is reinstating that those phased-in parking fees beginning today. So a reminder from SEPTA that free parking that you enjoyed from the pandemic days, it is finally over. And riders, you will be able to pay for parking fees by using the SEPTA Park app, kiosks, or via text message. However, you will be fined. You will get those tickets starting today. So just a heads up on that one.
Do you think we can trick these kids into using pagers?
Or walkie-talkies.
Make a TikTok video that says, hey guys, pagers are the new thing now. Everybody needs to use pagers.
Yes.
Pagers. Screw the cell phones.
Right.
Everybody needs to use pagers.
We're going to meet up on the Delaware River, bring your pager, and then kaboom.
Well, since you referenced what happened with
crotchless punks.
Since you referenced what happened with Hezbollah, I will tell you the State Department is upping the level 3 travel, recommendations, if you will, by the State Department. So it's at level 3 now, and they're advising for Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza. It's a level 3 travel advisory from the State Department. The updated level here of concern is to reflect the U.S. government restrictions on travel to northern Israel, information for U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, and qualifying immediate family members should seek assistance. Basically, they're saying it's like Amityville Horror, get out and get out now, because they cannot guarantee that you will have a safe way out as the situation is heightening. This as Israel's military is striking Hezbollah targets in Lebanon this morning after urging civilians to leave these areas where the Iran-backed militant group operates. So we've been talking, over the weekend, this situation escalated, but now the strikes appear to be the widest in the geographic range, simultaneously conducted by Israel in Lebanon since the war in Gaza began after the two sides exchanged their most intense fire of the conflict over the weekend. So now the fears are rising of a wider regional war that's growing. Hezbollah's second in command has released a statement saying it'll be a battle without limits that is underway, and the group launching some of its deepest strikes inside Israel in decades.
Yeah, I totally expect this to keep playing out well through the fall, right through the election. No question about it. I'm going to rescind my vacation, Greg, and cancel my flight. I did have a 10-day trip booked for the West Bank and Tel Aviv. I'm going to walk that one back.
Good to know.
I'll be here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The latest from Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, considering a plan to force out all Palestinians out of northern Gaza and then, quote, lay siege to Hamas and force the release of the hostages, innocent civilians still being held by Hamas since last October 7th as we near the one-year commemoration.
I'm assuming some of them are still alive, hopefully.
Yeah. This morning, Kayal Company News Live. By the way, congressional leaders announced a deal yesterday on a short-term spending bill that'll fund federal agencies for about 3 months, averting that possible partial government shutdown when the new budget year begins October 1st, pushing final decisions until after the November election. So temporary spending bills generally fund agencies at current levels, but an additional $231 million was included to bolster the Secret Service after the two assassination attempts against Republican presidential nominee Donald J. Trump, and then extra money added to aid with the presidential transition, among other things.
All right. Very good.
We are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. Ready for fall? Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blind, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. The only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. So when you schedule your consultation, make sure you ask about their special radio offer. As far as our forecast, right now, 60 degrees, mostly cloudy, and that's the week ahead, is that we'll have more clouds than sun until later this week, and we're looking at mid-70s pretty much throughout the week. So feeling cooler, maybe a chance for sprinkles, so grab a jacket if you're heading this evening to the Phils game, Citizens Bank Park. Phillies coming home, hoping to win tonight and clinch the first division title in 13 years at Citizens Bank Park. Obviously, the Phils failed to clinch the NL East crown last week in Milwaukee and over the weekend in New York, including last night with that 2-1 loss. Phils lost 3 of 4 to the Mets. Oh, boy. So, unfortunately, we dropped to the 4-game series to the Mets, postponing any kind of celebration for another day. But the good news I will bring to you is that our Phils have a 52-25 record, the best home record in the MLB this season.
Yeah, baby.
So, hopefully we get her done against the Cubs, 6:40 tonight.
We keep winning at home with or without Aramark. We don't need these concession people.
Well, hopefully we'll be celebrating this evening in Philadelphia. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210, the cut sheet in about 25 minutes. The ongoing speculation about this ABC News whistleblower. Apparently, allegedly, reportedly, something was filed to the Securities and Exchange Commission, but I'm not seeing all of the meat on the bone. I don't know where the substance is. I'd like to believe it, but I have my doubts. We'll get to that story because I know a lot of you tweeted me about it over the weekend, and I wanted to save it for the air today, and we're going to get to that when we come back because I have a lot of questions about this. Would like to believe it. but we'll try to connect the dots. Cut sheet coming up in about 25 minutes. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola tailgating and watching the birds. It doesn't get any better. So stop by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and save $1 on cases of Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, along with Jack Honey and Lemonade, Jack and Ginger Ale, and Jack and Tennessee Apple Fizz. All ready to drink in a can. Jack and Coke, born for the tailgate. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
What's on the menu for football season? Pork, of course. Get ready for game day with Hatfield and put some pork on your fork. Elevate your kickoff cuisine and halftime feast with Hatfield's winning lineup of marinated pork tenderloins, pork loin fillets, ground pork and sausage, bacon and ham. Whether you're the tailgate king or gridiron gourmet, Hatfield helps you savor the taste of victory. Visit simplyhatfield.com for play-by-play menu inspiration. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are having 2 fabulous back-to-school specials. The 2024 S60 front-wheel drive sedan and the exciting electric C40 each can be leased for 36 months for $369. Due at inception would be a down payment and taxes and registration fees. But in New Jersey, this C40 has no tax. The $369 is an incredible payment on each of these Cherry Hill Volvos. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo. Our team would be honored to partner with you.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Chase wants everyone to be able to have a place of their own. That's why we offer mortgages that help you purchase your new home with down payments as low as 3%. To find out more about our low down payment options and other ways Chase can make your home buying dreams a reality, visit chase.com/homebuyer or your local Chase branch. Loan amount, loan value, and loan product type limits apply. Geographic restrictions may apply for jumbo loans. Products are subject to credit and property approval. Program terms are subject to change without notice. Other limitations and restrictions apply. Home lending products provided by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity.
This is Jean Marie Laskus with the podcast Cement City. So there's this election coming up, a big one, and one guy's been indicted. People are talking voter fraud. Democracy itself is on the line. Sound familiar? Well, this isn't that election. This one is in Denora, Pennsylvania, a dying town in the middle of nowhere, where I bought a house and stayed for 3 years. Listen to and follow Cement City an Audacy original podcast in partnership with Cement City Productions. Available now for free on the Audacy app and wherever you get your podcasts.
When was the last time you watched your home movies? Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Audacy app. Download it now.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, 726. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Monday. Back to work we go, 7 o'clock hour. Brought to you by Wawa. Did you hear that Wawa has the classic hoagies for just $6? That's right. Cheesesteak, meatball, or Italian. You can get any classic hoagie for just $6 because you got to have a Wawa. The cut sheet coming up in less than 20 minutes. But I want to get to this ABC News whistleblower story that seemingly doesn't want to go away, at least on social media. And it comes from somebody that I ridiculed and ripped last week. And I'm not here to rip her again. I've made my opinion very clear of what I think of Laura Loomer. And I certainly don't think she should be advising Donald Trump on how to handle debates. I would prefer a Kellyanne Conway over a Laura Loomer every day of the week and twice on Sunday. That being said, a lot of people kept tweeting me because they probably heard me rip Laura Loomer, and they were tagging me to what she called a breaking exclusive. And if she's right, which I hope she is, and I would love to see ABC be dealt with in whatever fashion that they would be dealt with based on that absurd debate that we had to watch. But I have a lot of questions about this, and I want to share this with you, specifically the quotes that were filed to the SEC regarding ABC News. However, Laura Loomer says the following. The ABC whistleblower who claimed ABC News gave Kamala Harris the presidential debate questions ahead of the debate has exclusively given her, Laura, a copy of the official complaint that they filed with the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission. On her Twitter profile, on that tweet, she's got the screenshots. And again, I don't know if they're legitimate, if they're doctored. Again, don't know. And you can see them for yourself. And it says, as of today, the Securities and Exchange Commission has acknowledged receipt of 2 complaints lodged against Disney, the owner of ABC News. The complaint seen below, which you can see on her pictures on the Twitter timeline of this post, states that ABC News and their parent company colluded with the Harris campaign to influence the presidential debate on 9/10/24 and to further influence the outcome of the 2024 election. She goes on to tag David Muir and Lindsay Davis as well. The complaint shows documents uploaded to the official SEC complaint system and a screenshot of the uploaded file that the whistleblower claims contains evidence of the collusion. There are 2 submissions with 2 official submission numbers and their time and date stamped. You can see that as well. But the whistleblower complaint that was submitted to the SEC on Friday reads as follows. And this is coming from the whistleblower. Quote, I have heard and observed conversations and have evidence in hand of ABC News, a wholly owned subsidiary of Disney Media Networks, which is a division of the Walt Disney Company, collusion between ABC News and the Harris campaign for the presidency of the United States. It is my belief from the context of the conversations that ABC News in the debate held on September 10th, 2024, and at other various times before and after this debate influenced the presidential election. I would like to emphatically state that I am not a Donald Trump supporter and have never voted for Donald Trump. The context of the conversation heard, and amongst other observations, is that ABC News is working with the Harris campaign and that Disney may exact monetary or other future considerations if they aid in the election of Kamala Harris. I have sat idly by for years and watched the media on both sides of the political spectrum become nothing more than campaign ads for politicians. It is clear that there are multiple considerations being exchanged in this current presidential campaign. I have enclosed further evidence for your consideration. Please note, this evidence contains personal information of mine, and I wish for it to remain undisclosed for safety considerations and concerns. So I have a lot of questions about this because I do think ABC News was ridiculously in favor of Kamala Harris. Now, does that mean it was, quote, rigged? Did they give the questions in advance to Kamala Harris? I would sit there and say, okay, well then, if you claim they did, here's what I would like to know. Were they via text message? Were they via phone calls, emails? Was this a Zoom? Was this in person? How exactly did they relay the questions in advance to Kamala Harris? I think that's the most important question all of us should be asking if we have questions about this. And then for the sake of verification, I would like to hear from one of two sorts of people. I'd like to hear from a House Republican. Has anybody verified the authenticity of the complaint filed to the SEC? Whether that's like a Jim Jordan, a Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley's had a ton of evidence about whistleblower allegations when it pertains to the Trump assassination attempts. Not sure which House Republican this would fall under as far as like a jurisdiction with like a committee that they're on, but I would like to know that. And then also, if this is in fact true, and this was in fact filed, forget whether or not you can prove it. If this was filed, I looked over the weekend, and unless something has changed since the weekend, I haven't seen Fox News report it. I haven't seen Newsmax report it. I haven't seen OAN. I haven't seen the New York Post. I haven't seen anybody, quote, on the same team, on the same side of the political aisle, confirm that this submission is real. And I don't know what that says about her or if it's what it says about this, and ultimately if it even really matters. If we all think that the debate was rigged in favor of Kamala Harris, I'm not sure what this submission to the, and again, my other question would be, why would this not be submitted to the FCC, right? This is a broadcast thing. Why wouldn't it go to
They've rejected it.
Okay, and well, what about the FEC? What about the Federal Elections Commission? I don't understand the SEC unless you're claiming there's some monetary aspect here, which is why they would be involved. So, I mean, I would love to believe it, but I'm not even seeing, and I don't expect like NBC News to verify this, but like I'm not even seeing anybody on the right side of the political media come out and verify this. So, A, what's going on here, and B, does it really matter? And C, Don, like if it is confirmed and they did do this, what's the repercussion here? And I mean, because like we can sit here and say a lot of things have been rigged against Republicans the last 4 years. You know, like we could talk about the way COVID was, you know, maybe created in a lab, and we want to hold everybody's feet to the fire with all of this testimony. And it's great that the Republicans have the House, and we say, oh, today on the Hill, so and so's feet were held to the fire. But whatever actually materializes from any of this, it just feels like to me it's more red meat for those that want to believe it, which is great, especially if it's true. But what does it get us at the end of the day? We're not going to be able to undo that debate and the impact that it might have had on America.
So the affidavit that people are referring to, you know, it's, I guess the truth is that, you know, they keep saying I obtained an affidavit, but it was this anonymous affidavit. I think there are some groups that are looking into it, but the FCC has rejected the call to revoke their license. There were all these rumors going on, right? That Comcast, NBC canceled them and all this and that back and forth. I think at the end of the day, the best jury verdict is an immediate one, and that is the ratings. And we talked about that. They lost ABC News with David Meow in his whispery delivery. You know, that had to have been a shocker to them. And he kind of went on that. He went on a little tour and was trying to mitigate the damage, but the damage is done. And I think the people have spoken. I think that by and large, people thought no matter what, when you looked at that, they were over the top. And so it ages well for Trump, who was respectful. He was respectful to them. He did not get aggressive. He did not call out the moderators when clearly the fact checkers, even other so-called mainstream media, even Martha Raddatz, we pointed out a week ago Sunday, had called out the fact-checking situation. So the debate ages well for Trump in the sense that he still, was holding back and did not go over the top, answered the questions, and that in fact Harris made claims, as did the moderators, that just were not true. The ratings, I think, and that's the free market system that we have, right?
Yeah.
Let the people speak. Let the ratings speak. Their ratings have gone down.
Well, actually, as of last week, they went back up.
Did they bounce back?
So they had on Monday night they had a 9% increase from.
Well, it was Monday Night Football, was it not?
But they're still even though that. A couple of days after the debate, they went down in the ratings.
We had that story. Remember?
They were still number one. So you know what I mean. So it's not like they're losing.
Right.
They just lost percentages, I guess. But they were back up last week.
Okay.
So the long term is, let's see how that goes. Let's see how it ages and how. I mean, I think that people over time are still discussing this, whether or not you think they were fair.
Yeah.
I think by and large people thought, CNN, Jake Tapper, he especially, I think, was fair. Dana Bash initially was calling to his face former President Trump and had some little, but then she stopped during the debate, I think possibly because she was following the cue of Jake Tapper, so kudos to him. Philadelphia native, by the way. And then as far as ABC, I think that was embarrassing. I think it ages, the more you get it in the rearview mirror, it ages very poorly.
Well, I agree with that because,
ABC.
and it's just further confirmation when Trump sits there and calls these outlets fake news and the media and it's rigged. You saw it firsthand. I mean, it's indisputable. It was so bad that CNN and K-File are then fact checking ABC's failure to fact check Kamala Harris. Which, and to your point, let me just say this about Trump's demeanor when those lies were being shared, those 5 times Harris uttered things that went unchallenged by the ABC News moderators. Like, to your point, Trump, kind of nodded his head, like shaking his head like that's a lie, or he put his eyes down like, here we go with this nonsense. Like, he handled that way better than I think most of us would, right? Especially as you get to the 3rd time, the 4th time, the 5th time. Like, if that's me, and I know I've scolded Trump on the air saying, I need you to be more disciplined, I would have blown a gasket. Whether my microphone was on or off, I would have been up there ranting and raving and saying, are you going to fact check her? That is a blatant lie that has been debunked by Snopes and whoever else. To your point, I think it did show that he's got this more relaxed demeanor where all we ever hear is how adversarial he is. But if you think about it, the way that he is constantly treated, he bites his tongue far more often than we ever acknowledge or give him credit for, if you think about it. I think that's worth pointing out for sure. Lastly, just to wrap up here, because we have the cut sheet coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes. Now, Axios is reporting that there is potentially a back-to-back 60 Minutes that could air if both campaigns agree to this, with Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, where they would air back-to-back episodes on Sunday, October 7th, as the campaign grand finale, Axios is reporting, in which they would have separate interviewers from 60 Minutes. Scott Pelley has been assigned to interview Donald Trump, assuming Trump takes it and accepts. Bill Whitaker would interview Kamala Harris. According to Axios, once again, though, here's where Kamala always gets what she wants. Whitaker interviewed Harris last fall, providing a familiarity factor to help entice the campaign to accept. The Trump campaign is saying it is still TBD. For what it's worth, 4 years ago, a 60 Minutes episode with Trump and Biden drew 17.4 million viewers. And Greg, you talked about ABC Nightly News.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, 60 Minutes by the ratings standard is still considered the gold standard based on what they produce on a Sunday basis weekly, especially coming off of football where you have a massive audience that probably still leaves the channel on by accident.
And no doubt Trump remembers, and there was a famous incident. I believe it was Bill and Hillary Clinton back in the day. And this was for media, journalism class studies. That was that big 60 Minutes interview. Hillary Clinton wore her hairband, said, I'm not like Tammy Wynette. But I think that bacon cookies for my man, whatever she said. But it was a game changer. So sometimes 60 Minutes has been seen as doing those interviews late in the game before an election, and sometimes it is a game changer.
Think about that time, though. That was the early 90s.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, that was 60 Minutes.
Day.
60 Minutes is how people got their news back in the day. It's not that way anymore. Well, I agree with you both that, as far as broadcast news, 60 Minutes really does the ratings, because I study ratings. So that's kind of what I do.
Kind of half your
for
job.
all the people calling, well, of course I'm just telling you, like, I'm studying the ratings and I see what happens. 60 Minutes is far and away the leader as far as those kind of programs. But to your point, Nick, I mean, like, how much of that is people just leaving it on after football?
Right. You go out to grab a cup of coffee, and
Not
you're like,
watching
60
it.
Minutes is
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
And it's background noise, right?
And also, what's the demographic on 60 Minutes? And so,
it's definitely older.
right?
It's definitely older.
So,
I mean, all these. I mean, if you look at even Fox News, if you look at the numbers on there, it's like 3 million here, and then 200,000 in the 25-54 demo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's so minuscule. So there's no doubt that the older demographic are the ones that consume this stuff.
The executive producer for 60 Minutes, Bill Owens, says for either campaign, it would not be a great look if they turned down an opportunity to be on 60 Minutes. 855-839-1210. It's not like 60 Minutes, more like 5, maybe 6. And then we have the cut sheet. So get ready, folks. It is coming up next on a Monday. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
yeah, it's officially fall now. Everybody back out on the roads, going from place to place. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and so much more. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can always stop by one of their many Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. PIAZZA. Remember the name, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, did you hear? Wawa has classic hoagies for just $6.
Any classic hoagie?
Yeah, any classic hoagie.
What about the cheesesteak?
$6.
Meatball?
$6.
What about the Italian hoagie?
It's $6 for a classic. I shouldn't even have to ask, but what do you want for lunch?
Hoagies at Wawa, of course.
Right now, get any Wawa Classic Hoagie for $6. Gotta have a Wawa.
If you're looking to furnish your home or replace your old furniture, your journey begins and ends at Bucks County Estate Traders. One piece of advice, make sure you have time when you come here. The 58,000 square foot showroom is a furniture wonderland. Quality high-end pieces with inventory changing daily. It's all here. Mid-century modern, traditional, vintage, antique, and name brands. They'll ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield, or at buckscountyestatетraders.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
I'm here for PJ Fitzpatrick. I've got to tell you, don't go with just any guy to replace your roof. Choose PJ Fitzpatrick. Why choose the B team when you could get the A team from PJ Fitzpatrick? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get your roof done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. Plus, they can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation. and take advantage of the fall promotions.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
The back-to-school savings event is here at Hesser Chevrolet. Drive away in a 2024 Trax 2RS at $298 for 36 months. Or electrify your commute in a 2024 Equinox LS at $249 for 24 months. Enjoy top-rated customer service and unbeatable deals. Don't wait. These offers won't last. Experience the difference at Hesser Chevrolet, Philadelphia's trusted Chevy dealer. Check us out at HesserChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details.
Honey, I'm going to Wawa for dinner.
Okay, but Ben wants pizza.
Yep.
And Nick wants a burger and fries.
Right.
Oh, and the twins, they won't touch anything except for mac and cheese.
Exactly. Wawa has something for everyone for dinner, so I only have to make one stop to make everyone happy. So, what do you want?
Well, if you're going to Wawa, I have to have a hoagie.
From burgers to hoagies and everything in between, Wawa has dinner for everyone.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater in Media, Saturday, November 16th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
So much joy and laughter. From my friend who's a Giants fan, and I thought that he was going to hate it, but he laughed the whole time.
Well, the orchestra was phenomenal.
His daughter is really, really talented. His niece, all his brothers.
They're unbelievable. Go Chip Snapper!
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater in Media, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Audacy app.
Kayal and Company. Monday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your week. Still ahead, early voting in 3 states in person underway. And Stocker might have been wrong about something. I know he claims he's always right, but...
I never said that. Never said that. I never said that.
Very interesting story about the Utes when it comes to getting out the vote.
I never said I'm always right.
And I've never said that Trump can win New York, despite what Road Warrior claims on Twitter. And by the way, Road Warrior is still waiting for you to find that tape. The tape doesn't exist. It's fake news. 855-839-1210. Let's find out what Stocker has lined up for a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Enjoy back-to-school savings on a 36-month lease of a C40 for $369 per month. Down payment, taxes, and registration fees due at inception. Except no taxes on the C40 in New Jersey. That's right, no taxes on the C40 in New Jersey. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo today for details. Starting with Cut 10, Phil. So remember, Nick, Dawn, last week, we were discussing what Kamala Harris said about owning a gun, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then she reiterated it to Oprah, where she's like, I own a gun, and if anybody breaks into my house, I'm going to shoot him dead.
That's right. She's packing.
Remember that? Well, let's go into the Wayback Machine to 2008. Jeez. When, during a vicious Democratic primary between Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton made kind of the same reference that she's, she packs heat, she shoots a lot.
Yeah.
And Obama mocked her for it, which I think is hysterical.
Okay.
Cut 10, Phil, go.
I expected this out of John McCain. But I've got to say, I'm a little disappointed when I start hearing the exact same talking points coming out of my Democratic colleague, Hillary Clinton. She knows better. She knows better. Shame on her. Shame on her. She knows better. Huh. She's running around talking about how this is an insult to sportsmen. How she values the Second Amendment. She's talking like she's Annie Oakley.
Forgot how
Hillary
vicious.
Clinton's out there, like she's out in the duck blind every Sunday. She's packing a 6-shooter. Come on. She knows better. That's some politics being played by Hillary Clinton.
Ah.
I want to see that picture of her out there in the duck blind.
Wow.
A little savage move there by Obama. I mean, we know Democrats will devour each other in pursuit of power and glory for sure. So, what's interesting, will Obama criticize Kamala for packing?
Well, that's my question.
Right. I will say absolutely, positively no chance in hell, right? Because she's flip-flopped on so many issues. So now that she's claiming she does carry a gun, even though she wants to ban certain sorts of firearms, do you really think Obama's going to come out and throw cold water on her at this point?
Well,
a shot.
It would be, he could use those exact lines with what she said to Oprah about how if anybody comes into her house, they're going to get shot and killed.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's, the Terminator. You know what I mean? Like it just, the parody for this just writes itself. So
you're all right. So you are being the victim of a home invasion.
Yeah.
And you can either put your hand, your life in the hands of either Hillary Clinton with a gun, or Kamala Harris with a gun, to save your day.
Because neither of them own guns.
So let's just hypothetically, which one would you prefer?
Neither.
I'm going to go with, I would rather take Hillary because I think she's got more body bags to her name than Kamala. I think Kamala would be like one of those people in the Philadelphia shootout at 6:05 in Dawn's News, just missing everybody and hitting innocent victims.
Well, Hillary knows how to kill people without,
blinking.
Tracing it back to her.
That's correct. Allegedly.
Allegedly, of course. I joke. Maybe. Just look up all the Clinton body count. And I don't mean Bill. You know what I mean? They're both liars. Yeah. Neither of them own guns.
Well, no,
they don't.
I got to stick with what I said last. Was it Friday we had this conversation?
Yeah, you're wrong.
I could see her having a firearm. I really could. Because I'm not saying she knows how to use it. I'm saying she is a hypocrite, but could I see her having one, I don't know necessarily in her purse, but maybe in her house?
Yeah, no. There's no shot. There's no shot.
Who do you think's got a better shot, her or Dougie?
Well, that's a good question.
Dougie's never, ever, ever, ever fired a gun.
Apparently neither has Tim Walz.
There's no shot.
Maybe the nanny did.
So will there be a second debate? The Harris campaign spokesperson was on CNN, I think this was over the weekend, discussing this. Let's start with cut 8, Philip. On only having one debate is unprecedented. Cut 8, Phil, go.
All right, so Michael, how did this come to be, especially after Trump had toyed with it back and forth, but then he said, he doesn't need what he would call a rematch because he felt like he won that last debate against Harris?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Listen, I think we've been very clear since the debate on September 10th that the American people deserve to see what they saw on that debate stage once again before they cast their ballots on October 23rd in Atlanta. And listen, it would be unprecedented in modern American presidential history for the two candidates who are running to only engage in one debate. So we believe that the American people deserve to see that. Donald Trump himself he said many things when it comes to debates, but he's famously said he's willing to debate anytime, anywhere, any place. He thinks he won both debates. So he should have no problem showing up to show off his prowess once again on the debate stage. And we think that's what the American people deserve to see. There have been more updates since the last debate, right? As the American people begin to tune in and understand the stakes of this election. We see it playing out in states like Georgia, where we have the first confirmed preventable death due to Donald Trump's abortion ban. So there are still questions that the American people have for these candidates that they want to see us debate on the debate stage. And so if Donald Trump is willing to show up on October 23rd, that's what the American people will see.
So, number one, what does it say about and I know the polls have shown that maybe this has worked with the strategy, but what does it say about a politician at the highest level in America where Michael Tyler is seen on TV more than the actual candidate that's on the ticket? He's on CNN like twice a week, it seems. I swear we have him. If we don't get him on the cut sheet, I see it on social media being shared every single week. But I thought what he said was interesting about as Americans begin to tune in. So I would ask the question of who's tuning in versus who's tuning in and trying to figure things out as to who they're going to vote for. I would actually argue at this point, anybody that's tuning in for a debate or any sort of one-on-one interview, whether it's like 60 Minutes or potentially another debate, which it doesn't look like we're going to get, is only tuning in for the car crash.
Well, let me ask you guys this, because you said the strategy is working for her. But the polls are close, but I believe that the polls are close because 50% of the country hates Donald Trump. So that's why the polls are close. If he's on the ballot anywhere, it's going to be 50-50. But if you look at like favorability ratings and stuff, like he still takes the lead over her because
we talked about that last week.
Yeah, not enough people have seen her, know her. You know what I mean? So, does that play into anything? I think it does.
Which is an interesting point because we gave you the Gallup numbers late last week on Thursday where Trump was, I think it was a 6-point swing. He's at one of his high water marks and she's below him by 5 or 6 points in that facet. But doesn't that go to show you? So let's just take it for what it's called, favorability rating. I mean, is that telling us that America doesn't buy into the joy, hope, change, giggle fest? Like, remember what she was saying last week? I'm never going to apologize or change who I am because I'm a joyous person. Never let somebody criticize your strength and try to turn it into your weakness. How many Americans are buying the joy that they're selling? If you look at the favorability ratings, I don't know that Americans are buying it. To your point, the polls just might be it's the anti-Trump vote. It's not the we like Kamala vote.
More from the Harris campaign spokesperson about the October 23rd possible debate. Cut 9, Phil, go.
4 weeks is a little bit of time. At the same time, it's also a lot of time. A lot can happen in the next 4 weeks between this potential October 23rd debate. Meantime, while you're awaiting a response from the former president, does Harris have any plans to do yet another sit-down kind of interview with another news organization, or perhaps similar to the format that she just did with Oprah this week, where it gives her, the campaign, an opportunity to be more off the cuff and as relaxed as she seemed to be when she was sitting down with Oprah and then when she was sitting down with our Dana Bash?
Yeah, listen, I think this past week is actually a good example of what our campaign is going to look like moving forward, right? She sat down with NABJ for a wide-ranging panel conversation about all the issues that matter, particularly as they relate to Black America. We obviously sat down with Oprah up in Michigan, had the town hall format where she was able to underscore the stakes of this election. And so as we move forward, we're going to continue to use every single tool that we have at our disposal to reach the voters in the battleground states that are going to decide the pathway to 270 electoral votes. That's inclusive of interviews. It's inclusive of the rallies that we do. It's the bus tours that we've done in states like Pennsylvania and Georgia, making sure that we're touching every single part of these battleground states, because a vote in Southeast Georgia is worth just as much as one in Atlanta, Georgia to us, right? So we want to make sure that we're using every single tool at our disposal. Of course, there's no substitute for a presidential debate. You think you had about 71 million people who tuned in on September 10th. As we move forward, the second debate would be even closer to Election Day. And so if Donald Trump wants the opportunity to speak to the voters and maybe explain the harm that he has caused on issues like abortion, he'll have one more opportunity to do that to a wide audience on October 23rd. So that's what we are gearing up for. But every single day between now and then, we'll be doing what you've seen over the course of the past few weeks, right? Leaving no stone unturned and engaging directly with the voters that are going to decide this election.
All right.
No stone unturned, which means she'll never go on Fox. She'll never sit down in an adversarial setting. So by my math here, she's done 3 public presentations. She did that ridiculous sit down with her emotional support animal, Timmy Walls. That was on CNN with Dana Bash. Then she does the ABC debate against Trump, and now she does Oprah. I mean, between now and Election Day, maybe 1 or 2 more appearances. I mean, we're at the end of September. Walls is going to be center stage, front page material next Tuesday. She's probably only going to do like 60 minutes in one other spot. But what's interesting, and I teased this, with Stalker saying, in the past about how the Utes don't get out to vote. Now, getting out to vote versus registering are 2 different things. But USA Today has a column with young voters that are registering in record numbers, specifically amongst 18-year-olds, which last Tuesday on National Get Out and Vote Day, did you know that 81% of the registrations were voters under 35, which is very fascinating. So I would actually argue to Trump and Kamala, you should be trying to cater to that young first-time demo this time around. And how do you reach them? It's not 60 minutes.
I'd be interested to see, because I saw that USA Today story. I'd be interested to see how that broke down demographically.
It is
between men and women.
Let me give it to you. I got a couple of things highlighted. On Tuesday's National Voter Registration Day, they drew more than 150,000 people registered through vote.org, which was the most the organization has ever seen on that day. The organization registered 279,000 total voters in all of last year.
Wow.
Last week, 337,826 people alone visited a link posted on Instagram from you-know-who, Taylor Swift. So, look, if you're trying to reach those younger demos, I think it would really benefit Trump to continue going out and doing these podcasts.
Well, it's so that's a good point, because if the majority of them are males, that's a good sign for Trump. If a majority of them are females, that's a good sign for Harris.
Yep.
So when does Kamala do a podcast? When does Kamala go on one of these?
It's a great question.
It's
a great question.
I'll tell you who exactly I think she goes on with, and I don't know if this is a podcast technically or if it's a show. The girl from E.T. that we always bring up from time to time on the cut sheet.
Drew Barrymore?
Drew Barrymore.
The girl from E.T.
Dawn.
Dawn.
Yeah. I couldn't think of the name on the fly.
The girl from E.T.
The girl from E.T.
She was 7 in E.T. in 1982.
Well, Kamala talks like she's talking to 7-year-olds. Could you imagine the cringe? Could you imagine Drew Barrymore and Kamala Harris having a conversation? Like, there's Drew Barrymore sitting on the love seat, Indian style with her legs crossed. So how are you going to change America?
You're like a 90-year-old.
Well, I am a joyous warrior.
The girl from E.T. I'm sorry.
I just couldn't think of her name.
I think the bigger one is somebody like Charlemagne. Charlemagne the God.
Yeah.
I mean, will he do another? Because remember that one when he interviewed Kamala, the famous one was when he asked her if she smoked pot.
Yep.
And then she said, "I'm Jamaican," and that was the only time we heard from her dad. By the way,
right.
And I'm kind of amazed that nobody has gone to Jamaica, where her dad apparently resides, and tried to interview him.
Yeah, no digging at all.
No digging whatsoever.
Yeah.
I wonder if she'll do Howard Stern. Seriously. Joe Biden did.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Well, I mean.
But so to the point that you're making about demographics, as far as it doesn't even matter who registered to vote, as far as younger voters, because remember in the past, Taylor Swift inspired people to register, but they didn't come out and vote.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So so if you think about energized communities, is the black vote going to be energized with Kamala Harris? I don't see it as of right now. In general,
I don't think so.
Is the young vote, the youth vote, the Utes, as we say, right? Are they energized with Kamala Harris, who's in the basement? People don't really know much about her. Are they energized? I don't really see it.
I don't know, guys. In the latest NBC poll, Trump's support amongst the African American community is back down to like 7%.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know if I can buy that. 7. That would be like where he was in 2016. Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, I might be off when I say 20%. If I'm wrong, then so be it.
It's not going to be 20%.
I can't believe. There's no way it's below 12. There's just no. Let me just go. I'm gonna go on record right now. Yeah, here you go, Road Warrior. You can clip this one.
Right.
There is no chance after 2020 where Trump got 12% of the black vote. After what the black community has dealt with the last 4 years economically, right? With all the migrants and the taking of property and jobs and things like that. There's no chance Trump is below the number he had 4 years ago. No chance.
Okay.
Let me say it again. No chance.
Because you see a bunch of people on social media. Is that
we've played? It's not social media. You've played you've pulled clips from CNN, CBS, people at diners, people out on sidewalks. Again, I'm not saying that my 20% is going to be 100% accurate. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. But no way is it below 12. There's no way it's in single digits.
By the way, getting back to the podcast thing, I think, to be honest with you, I think Kamala Harris should bite the bullet and go on with Joe Rogan. Well, that would.
Well, the reach would be incredible.
Yeah, because if you go on Howard Stern, to Dawn's point, you're not getting.
Nobody hears that.
You're not. Yeah, but you're also not getting the 18 to 34-year-olds. Like, it's not 1994.
Right.
18 to 34-year-olds are not listening to Howard Stern.
No.
So they are listening to Joe Rogan. So I think it would benefit her way much more.
Why would she do that? Why would she risk that? If she looks at the polls and her team looks at the polls,
I agree.
They're saying it could be a disaster because we know she's a disaster when she starts riffing. And so because she's going to reveal, she's a chameleon, but she's going to reveal in a Rogan that's a long form interview.
Oh, yeah.
So she's going to reveal something or say something stupid. They don't want that.
No, they want her in a restricted box.
They want to benefit from her being in the basement. The problem on the other side is that are they revving up voters? Are people excited about her? No.
Well,
I think she should do this show, actually, to be honest with you.
Kamala Harris, you have the invitation anytime. We don't do a ton of politicians, a ton of guests, but we've done Trump. I've got no problem doing Kamala.
You want to reach 18 to 34-year-old men, you should definitely do this show.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Sit down here, Kamala. I will ask you all the questions and challenge you, unlike ABC. And so will Dawn.
Christie was on ABC this week.
Sloppy Christie.
He predicts that Trump will do the debate.
Let me guess. He's going to claim, I haven't heard this clip yet, but he's going to claim that he can't help himself.
Yeah, cut 18, Phil, go.
But you said Donald Trump would do it if he needed to do it. Does that dynamic still hold?
Yes. Look, this is, these debate decisions, George, are tactical. They're not philosophical. They're tactical. And if the polls continue to move a bit away from Trump, you know how much he focuses on that, and he's going to need something to change it. And in today's media landscape, absent a big mistake by one or the other, this is the only
But
thing
has his confidence been shaken after the first debate?
Come on. His confidence shaken? No. He will convince himself that if she gets in the ring with him again, that he'll knock her out. That'll be his mindset. Now, whether he'll do the work that's going to be necessary to be prepared, which he clearly did not do the last time, is a completely open question. But I'll say this, he needs it. I think she agreed to the CNN debate because she knows that will be the least agreeable venue for him. So she may be able to get herself out of this and not debate again by saying, no, CNN or nothing, and then he's going to have to make that judgment. I think he'll eventually capitulate.
Okay, so it looks like CNN is the only or the best available spot because we know she won't do Fox. But it's interesting that Sloppy went down the boxing path where maybe Trump, didn't go through a training camp. He came to the fight overweight, out of shape, took her for granted, if you believe all of that. So I would argue if you want Trump back in that debate and you do think it can benefit him, I think you just do two things. Like I've been saying, economy, border, and war. Tunnel vision. Don't take her bait. Don't even engage with her the whole bit. Don't let her even try to execute her strategy. But this time around, especially after the golf course event of 8 days ago, if he gets the opening statement, I would spend that opening statement not on the American people. He can get to that with the economy and the borders and the wars. I would spend it on the divisive, inflammatory rhetoric that Joe and the media have spewed, which has almost killed him twice now.
Let me ask you guys a question. So you're both under the belief that he should not do a second debate? Is that what I'm getting from?
No, I've said that I think that he'll do what he needs to do. Right now, I think it's so late, And also, why would he go, oh, sure, because he wants, they know that these debates get huge ratings. The last one, 70 million viewers.
Right. Yep.
So they want, any network wants the debate badly.
Sure.
So by him playing hard to get, he gets more in the deal if he decides that he does want it. It's a win-win for him.
I'd like to think that he does better the second time around and would have a great great night. The only thing is, though, when you seriously, it's October 23rd. I just don't know who's left out there to be impacted by what happens.
Here's a headline this morning, and this is Fox. Trump leads Harris in crucial states: Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, according to one poll. But if that changes,
that's the New York Times Siena poll that we mentioned this morning. Yeah.
So if that headline changes, then the Trump campaign, I think they pivot. I think that they're just looking at the states that they need. But if these start going, and the Cook report also says that he's doing better with Hispanics and better with the black vote. If all of that changes, then I think they change strategy. But they've played hard to get, so they get a better deal. They get what they want as far as to negotiate a late debate.
In all fairness to both of you, neither of you are really answering the question. It's a simple yes or no. Should he do another debate?
I will say no. I will say no because forget what I want. I'm going to look at it from the way I think the American people have already made up their minds, and I'm going to give you a local example. We would all agree 2 years ago that John Fetterman got crushed by Oz in that debate. I think we would all agree on that. And it didn't matter come Election Day because people had already made up their minds and casted their votes. So it would be great theater for us, but what's the residual impact on November 5th? I think almost nothing.
Oz v. Fetterman was different because neither was the incumbent. Kamala Harris is the incumbent, number one.
Yep.
Number two, it was a whole different, that was a weird scenario because Fetterman had just suffered a stroke and all of that stuff.
Major factor.
I just think for Trump, he, in a debate, I think it would behoove him to do so. I do.
Now, I
think he would do well.
If, let's say, and of course this is looking ahead before we get there, but let's say Trump is going to win North Carolina and he's going to win Georgia. If you look at these New York Times polls that Greg gave us over the weekend, +2 and +4 respectively. If Pennsylvania is what he has to flip, if he's down 1 point, well within the margin of error, as Harry Enten would say, oh my goodness gracious, look at these polls, and he gets all excited and he starts getting verklempt. I mean, could he win somebody over that determines the election in Northampton County or Bucks County? Yeah, for sure. I just feel like almost everybody's made up their mind. I really do. I mean, and we might get 9 people that get interviewed on CNN, but other than that...
Phil, put up a poll on the YouTube chat, if you will. Should Trump do a second debate? Yes or no? If you can put that up. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Everybody go over there and vote on this poll on if you think Trump should do this next debate with Kamala Harris. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button if you have not done so. On the issue of doing more interviews, Keisha Lance Bottoms was discussing, it's never not going to be a funny name.
Not apple bottom jeans.
would on Kamala Harris doing more interviews. Guys, she's very busy. Okay, she's way too busy to do these interviews.
For finals.
Cut 11, Phil. Cut 11. Go.
Vice President Harris at the rally today in Georgia. She's going to be in Wisconsin tonight. Yet she's not sitting down for regular interviews or fielding questions from the press. Certainly not to the degree that her counterpart Donald Trump is. Why? Why is she not doing more interviews to talk about her policies and answer some of the questions that voters have about her policies and on her change on her views in some of them?
Well, Jake, she's done interviews, and I know that we would love, or you would love, to see her sit down every single day with CNN and do interviews, but she's a very busy person. She's the vice president as well as a candidate.
Very busy
we heard
person.
her today talk about her views on these policies. It may not be in the format that the media would like. It may not be that she's sitting down doing a one-on-one interview, but we heard her today in Georgia talk about her stance on reproductive freedom and how if she's elected as president of the United States, how she will use the power of the pen to make sure that these freedoms are protected. And this is a really big conversation across the country, and especially here in Georgia, where we have this 6-week abortion ban. And we've seen 2 stories this week of women who died, mothers who died because of this 6-week abortion ban.
All right. You know what's really amazing is how they take the reproductive rights of females and talk about how Kamala Harris is the champion for all of your freedoms, when they really only advocate for one freedom, which is, the abortion subject, so to speak. But here's what I would say in regards to all of this Kamala. So over the weekend, I saw the clip of Joe. Joe was having, I forget what they technically call it. Is it the quarterly meeting or whatever?
Cabinet meeting.
The cabinet meeting.
Yeah, we have that.
Yeah, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
And, he kind of passes the baton off to Dr. Jill. Kamala's nowhere to be seen in that clip. So I don't know what she's doing as the VP of this current administration in the final 5-6 months of her first and only term as, quote, the VP. But then when you're running and you're not available, how much studying can you possibly do? You don't do a ton of interviews, so it's not like she's hunkered down again. Where is she? Where are our vice president and our president right now? Are we a nation on autopilot? I think it's kind of a rhetorical question, because if you don't believe Biden and Harris are running the show, which they're not, then we don't have to ask who's running the country, because we already know it's not them. So what's the difference? But seriously, you've got to be more visible. Tim Walz has been more visible than Kamala.
This is the cut you were just discussing, Nick.
This is gold.
Jill assisting Joe Biden in leading cabinet meetings.
Get her out of there.
First Lady Joe Biden did most of the talking on Friday at the public portion of what may be President Biden's last cabinet meeting, before showing the cast of The West Wing around the Oval Office and hosting a Rose Garden event without her husband. Jill dominated her husband's first cabinet meeting since October 2023, taking over after a brief introductory remark by the sitting president, who spent much of his 2 minutes intro speaking about her. So he just introed her. Just a little bit of this. Cut 12, Phil, go.
It's the first time Jill has joined us, and it goes to show how important the issue is, which she's about to speak to the both of us. Today, at the top of our meeting, Jill's going to give an update on the House initiative, White House initiative, to fundamentally change the approach and fund how we approach and fund women's health services. So I'd like to turn it over to Jill and for any comments she has, and it's all yours, kid.
Thank you. Sometimes the White House surprises you. When Joe became president, I knew I wanted to keep shining a light on the issues that I worked on for so many years.
I did that just for you.
Yes.
Guys,
women's health services, with all due respect to women, women's health services is what we're discussing right off the top of a cabinet meeting.
Look at her, the head of the table.
They always see it. She's the tribal chief. It's really remarkable of all, and this is no disrespect to women. And Dawn, throw a shoe at me if you need to. But is that actually the beginning of the cabinet meeting? Can we start with maybe the economy or things that maybe most people in America are more concerned with from an issue standpoint? And then Joe, by the way, hair a little disheveled there. Remember, it's just amazing. 3 months ago, I was told he was as spry as they get.
Is there any doubt that it was Jill that was keeping him in as long as?
Yes, because I think she's I think Hunter Biden's explicit text messages about her are probably accurate.
She knew he was a vegetable. She just wanted to hold on to the power for as long as she could.
My wife knows I'm a vegetable. All wives know when their husbands are vegetables.
Stop.
Well, he also forgot who he was introducing at the ceremony for the Prime Minister of India on Saturday.
Where's Jackie?
He became confused and lost track of events during a press conference alongside of India's Prime Minister Modi on a Saturday. He was supposed to introduce him in Wilmington, Delaware. He instead became confused and appeared to think he was waiting for a question from reporters. There's this awkward silence, and then a voice over the loudspeaker then announces the Prime Minister of India. You can tell he becomes agitated. Who's next? Cut 1, Phil, go.
I want to thank you all for being here. And now Who am I introducing next? Who's next?
Hang on.
He's getting frustrated.
He is.
Hey.
Distinguished guest.
I'll get up.
The Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Look at the grin on his face. He's like, oh, there we go.
It's amazing.
Jimmy, I'm going to need the who's next on my board. We'll
Who's
get that.
next?
Who's next?
Who's next?
Come on.
The hell with that.
Amazing stuff.
I'm telling you, man. They tried to pull the wool over the eyes of the American public, and Kamala was complicit with that. It is just remarkable. The lack of respect for the American public to sit there and say this guy can continue the rigors and the grind. And I know we mock, well, how much vacation does the president? Have you ever seen the way a president ages? Did you see the way Bush aged from 2001 to 2004, or Obama from 2008 to 2010? I mean, the gray hairs just come at warp speed.
Yeah.
And that guy should not be running a Aldi's checkout line right now.
And yet, look at Trump when you say that, and look at him now versus then. 8-9 years? Does he look older? But
very little.
Very little.
Very little.
He. It's almost like he was made for the job. As far as the stress he thrives off of, I think crowds and the people, and I think he was made for the job. It's almost weird, but out of any president, when you look at those pictures, to your point, I don't know of another president who aged better.
No, you're right.
Or less.
You're right. I know he's been talking. He's like, well, it's golf, it's eating burgers. But to your point, I think there are some, whether men or female, when it comes to politics and being political leaders, some thrive on adversity, and nobody's faced more adversity and pushback than this guy. And others just kind of it wears them down. And granted, Joe entered this, at a much older age, but you go back to Joe and if we did like a time lapse of 19 to 24, you could just see Joe's expiration just going.
I still contend that I just think, I know that this race is close, but I still contend that Joe Biden, the insiders said he was saying, I can win this. And I think in this economy, in this tough economy, they can say whatever they want on social media. They can, Kamala Harris and all of her ads, but when you go to the grocery store, that's the truth you face. When you pay your Pico bill, that's the truth you face. And nobody can trick you or say differently. And the more that they keep saying it's not so bad, the more it's infuriating. And so I think as we move forward into the fall, I just think that more and more people using their credit cards with as much as 30% interest, I think more and more people look to Kamala Harris and think, I don't really know her. I don't really trust her. And I predict next January, February, March, you'll hear someplace Joe Biden saying, I still could have won, despite what everybody said, because I'm a brand they know.
I think he totally believes that. If you were to ask Joe Biden right now, hey, bud, if you're still in the race, you think you'd beat Trump? And I think he would say absolutely.
But I still predict Trump wins.
That's why Joe Biden is rooting for Kamala to lose, because he wants that I told you so moment. He wants that.
I think you're right.
He wants that I told you so moment.
Sure. And that's probably why deep down Hillary's rooting for Kamala to lose, because she doesn't want her to be able to do what she couldn't
to
do.
be the first woman, exactly.
Right.
I think all of the above. But I still believe that at the end of the day, Trump ekes out this win, even though they're saying it'll be close, because in this type of economy, it's the brand, brand manager, Greg Stocker, it's the brand you know. And so with Trump, he's the only one that's a proven winner. Kamala Harris still is the incumbent. And for her to get out there and say, let's turn the page, and Wall's wife, turn the page, and that bizarre video you showed, I mean, no, if we turn the page, then we're going to go to Trump. Not the current page, which is you.
And you talk about Hillary and Joe deep down inside probably rooting against Kamala. Let's also be honest. The mainstream media, if you got them off the record, like from a brand manager standpoint, Kamala Harris will be bad for the ratings on CNN and MSNBC. You know who's great for the ratings on left-wing television? Donald Trump. Because if Trump loses and just rides off into the sunset and is just a part-time golfer from now until the expiration date, and he's not making headlines and the media is not covering him, they're not getting numbers.
Well, Trump said that he will throw in the towel if he goes down in 2024, won't run again in 2028. He did an interview with Cheryl Atkinson and her Full Measure show. This is cut 17, Phil, go.
Maybe. What are 2 things you do to stay healthy?
Well, I used to play golf a little bit. That gave me, so I don't know, but it seems to be quite a dangerous sport in retrospect. I try and eat properly. I do the best, and I try and get some. I do, but proper hamburgers.
Proper hamburgers.
Grilled, not fried.
Perhaps all of the wrong food, but then I say, does anybody know what the right food is?
You're
I
right
have
about
people
that,
lecturing me for years. Oh, don't eat this, don't eat that. They're gone. They have passed away long ago.
It's true.
And here I am. So I'm not sure I want to make too many changes.
And then, if you're not successful this time, do you see yourself running again in 4 years?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I think that will be it. I don't see that at all. I think that hopefully we're going to be successful.
So,
Mr. President, thank you for the.
There we go. So, his buddy used to eat a lot of asparagus, but he died well before Donald Trump, who was eating proper burgers. So he wasn't eating like Wendy's. He was eating Kobe beef.
I mean, guys, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, he can eat what he wants to. He's still out there chugging along.
Everybody's different, man.
Everybody's built differently.
Yep.
Yeah, but he's a guy he never drank. He's never smoked, never did drugs.
Yep.
I mean, the smoking and drinking, that's a big factor.
Yeah. People got to quit drinking. It's bad for you.
Yeah.
Don't
Nick.
drink, folks.
Yeah, Nick. He was, Cheryl Atkinson also quizzed him about hiring RFK Jr., Elon Musk, and Tulsi Gabbard for a second term. Cut 16. Phil, go.
Looking at a possible second term, I think people are curious what specific positions you've discussed giving to Bobby Kennedy, Elon Musk, and Tulsi Gabbard. 3 people, by the way, who were Democrats, or in the case of Musk, I don't know, at least supported Democrats. What specific positions do you see them holding?
And we have a lot of other Democrats that have come aboard and will come aboard. Bobby will do great on health and on the environment.
But does that mean like Health and Human Services?
No, it doesn't mean anything.
Just let him talk.
It could be, but I didn't make deals with anybody because it's not appropriate to do it at this. It's too early. But it's getting to be that time, isn't it, when you think we have just a short while to go? It's amazing, but a short while in my life is an eternity. So we'll see what happens. But Bobby's a really what he's done on health care over the years. I mean, I've known him for a long time, and with him, it's eating what you eat, what chemicals you put in your body. I mean, he's been fighting for this for years. He looks at other countries where they don't use chemicals or they use much less than we use. And the people are healthier than they are in the United States, which is not that healthy a country. Also environmentally, and I understand the environment, I think, as well as anybody, but I also want to have the greatest economy. We had the greatest economy ever, and we're going to have the greatest economy again, even better. We're going to bring back the auto business. We're going to bring back a lot of businesses into our country that nobody thought would have been possible. Now they think it would have been. And what I did during my term, I had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think in the history of the world. There's never been such production that we had, and I'll be able to do it again, and I think very quickly. One of the assets we have is we have more liquid gold, meaning oil, etc., under our feet than anybody else, than any other country, including Saudi Arabia and Russia. And we were energy independent just a short while ago. We'll be energy independent, but we'll actually be energy dominant again. And we're going to make a lot of money. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to pay down debt. And we're going to do things that nobody would have thought possible. But Bobby's great. Tulsi has always been good from the standpoint of common sense. She's like a common sense person. I've watched her for a long time on shows. I've known her a little bit. And it was a great honor when we got her. She's, you're right, she was a Democrat and popular too in Hawaii. And she will be terrific.
And Elon Musk?
Well, Elon is Elon. I mean, Elon is, he's endorsed me very powerfully. He feels this is the most important election we've ever had.
Very powerful.
And as you know, he probably has a couple of other things to do. But
he's indicated he might be willing to help with like government waste type issues.
What he will do is, and the thing that we talk about
efficiency
more than anything else is exactly that. It's costs. He's a big cost cutter. He's always been very good at it. And I'm good at it. But Elon, I'll tell you what, he will go in and he'll say, this is what you have to do. You have to do this. He is so into that. He feels there's so much waste and fat in this country. And he's right. He's 100% right. And he's been just great. He's given me ringing endorsements, even though I disagree with him a little bit on the electric car. But he agrees with me from the standpoint that not every car should be electric. They have an electric mandate that will put the...
All right, so there you go. That was a long one.
Oh, my Lord.
So, getting back to the crux of it with Elon, with Bobby, and with Tulsi, it's funny, I was having this conversation yesterday with my wife's uncle, and he's like, are you surprised that Kennedy and Elon specifically, he kind of left Tulsi out because he doesn't think Tulsi really brings much to the table, other than the fact that she's a former Dem. He asked me if I was surprised that the polling hasn't moved that much. And I said, no, not really. I mean, if assassination attempts aren't moving the polls significantly, I don't expect endorsements to do. And he said to me, he goes, I think Trump needs one more splash in the news cycle. And I asked him what he was referring to. And he says, there's got to be another, he's got to add one more name that gets people talking about this coalition, this unity party, so to speak, of MAGA and disenfranchised Democrats that feel like their party left them. And he couldn't give me a name, but I didn't disagree with the premise. I do think Trump needs to do something. If we're not going to get a debate in the next 6 weeks, other than doing a 60 minutes interview, I don't think moves the needle that much one way or the other at all. I think he needs another splash. I think he needs another Bobby type moment at a rally, on a live Spaces broadcast. He's got to do something. I just want that little bit of extra, because you never know if that's going to decide things.
John Fetterman was interviewed by The Atlantic, and he was talking about Pennsylvania and Trump's popularity in Pennsylvania. And this is what he said on Trump's, how the polls look in Pennsylvania. Trump can win Pennsylvania. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
People you live with, people who vote for you, your friends, people you grow up with, what do they see in Donald Trump that makes them want to vote for him?
I know some people that are like, I personally think he's a terrible person, or I'm appalled by some of these things, but I fundamentally think that I'll still vote for him. And I think a lot of Republicans already agree with that. And I never agreed with our approach talking about that he's a convicted felon. I mean, I thought Democrats, we were the party that was all about second chances, and that we're not going to condemn somebody based on mistakes or things in that kind of situation. And I was convinced, too, that those kinds of trials and that kinds of thing, it's not going to have any impact on that. It's like, what's left? He's been impeached twice. Now it's been 2 attempted assassinations, one where a bullet actually hit him. And at this point, and I also want people to understand, and it's not science, but there's energy and there's kinds of anger on the ground in Pennsylvania, and people are very committed. And Trump is going to be strong, and that's we have to respect that. Can't even understand it, and it's not like a science that can explain it, but you have to just know that it's real.
All right, so good to see that Fetterman actually looks pretty good there, sounds pretty good there in his road to recovery. By the way, terrible look sticking the iPhone in the shirt pocket. I mean, why you put a pack of smokes in there while you're at it?
What size shirt is that, by the way?
5X. It's big and tall times 3.
Look at that. It's big on him, too.
It's big on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's interesting about Pennsylvania is if you start looking, and by the way, there's also columns out today about how Trump is gaining in New York because Kamala right now, from a New York standpoint, is polling the lowest a Democrat has polled in New York since 1988. She's only up, I think, 12 on Trump. Again, I'll reiterate, Trump cannot win New York, so I don't believe that's possible. But I also don't think that this story in the Inquirer is very accurate, where it says Trump is polling better on the economy in Pennsylvania here locally, but Harris is closing the gap. I would push back against that so hard and say, okay, you spoke to these people, a poll, I don't know, 900 people, 1,800 people. I need actual concrete reasons why younger voters in Pennsylvania are beginning to warm up to Kamala Harris on the economy. Because I would ask that young voter, if you're 18, first chance to vote, all the way up to 35, we gave you that the young demo is starting to register at records we've never seen in recent years. What exactly about the economy is so appealing to you for her?
because you've lived it. She's the number. And this is where I do think the Trump campaign has done a good job, but they can keep hammering it home even further. She is the incumbent. This is on her. And I know we can sit there and say, well, the VP really doesn't do policy. But whatever little policy we've heard from her, they're not reassuring thoughts. Price gouging, doing what didn't work in Venezuela 9 years ago, and she's gaining with Pennsylvania youngsters on the economy. I don't see how. If that's the case, they're just stupid. Maybe they shouldn't vote.
Well, that goes to fundraising, and I think that she's still out fundraising and has outdone the Republicans and the GOP.
Yeah.
It takes money. My gosh, you're just inundated with the ads everywhere you see. And so
couldn't escape them this weekend.
Yeah, the ads just with football on, it's like, God, it's unbearable.
The Harris campaign has more money than they know what to deal with, honestly.
Yeah.
So they're just flooding the airwaves with stuff. And to be honest with you, to both of your points, like at what point do the American people say, okay, enough already? Good God.
That's why I argue maybe that doing the debate on October 23rd is a wasted exercise, because I do think, I'm almost starting to wonder if we're getting back to where we were pre-June 27th. Remember when we were citing all of these stories about Americans have voter fatigue and the double hater? Kamala injected a little bit of an infusion of energy, of fake energy for Democrats, but it kind of livened up the media, right? All of a sudden we had new things to talk about from a content standpoint. I get the feeling we're getting close to that exhaustion point again.
Yeah. Tim Walz was over the weekend. Nick, he was in a place that you and I are both familiar with, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he was having crimpets and tea with my mother-in-law.
And he said he actually made an ad. He had a little faux pas, and he actually made an ad for the Trump campaign. This is cut 7, Phil, go.
We can't afford 4 more years of this, and I've been saying it. This Project 2025. Isn't it funny to watch these guys? Oh, I've never heard of it in my life.
We can't afford 4 more years of this.
I agree. I cannot afford 4 more months, 4 more weeks, or 4 more days of this. Just doing the grocery shopping yesterday, boy, it really hit me in the face. Forget just the total bill, but just the cost of dairy. Yeah. I mean, at Aldi yesterday, Dawn, I've been using your expertise doing the Aldi on Skip Back Bike right there. $4.55 for a gallon of Bobo milk, and not even the good milk. The Bobo milk.
What is Bobo milk?
It's non-good milk. Generic milk. 2%. My daughters, I told my wife, I'm like, dairy is just off. I'm like, that's why pizza costs so much these days. Mm-hmm. And my kids love dairy. They need a yogurt in their lunch. Yep. They want the bagel with the cream cheese. They want the milk in the cereal. I'm like, we got to scale back the dairy here. My wife's like, well, they're growing. They need to have strong, healthy bones, vitamin D.
And you think about that kind of, there's the truth. You want the truth? There it is.
Yep.
Staring you in the face. And people in the self-checkout lines, and they're just like putting stuff back. There's no way that Harris can run away from that.
Yep. And you know what I've noticed, too, about going to Aldi? And I know people are starting to rip me probably. It's not Aldi's. It's Aldi, singular, not plural. Going to Aldi, because it's super, super cheap compared to every other grocery store. And maybe I'm making assumptions, but I see a lot of people middle upper class in there doing their grocery shopping, right? Like, Greg always says, the dreck of society goes to Walmart and Walmart's a hellhole.
It is.
I don't see the Walmart shopper at Aldi. I see people that are in probably my financial boat that are like, I just got to find a way to get out of here and, peel off some of the fat and stop dropping $170 at Giant when I can do it for $89 at Aldi.
Just think about what you're saying, though. Even though the Fed announced that big announcement, they cut the rate by, half a point, much bigger than that. We're not going to feel that for, 6 months, a year, that sort of thing. Nobody's feeling that.
Yep.
People, so as we inch toward the end of the year, back to school, all the costs and everything you just mentioned, the crunch is now on, and what's coming up? The holiday season.
Yeah. Don't remind me.
So you're just putting everything on credit cards at 30% or 25%, whatever you're paying.
Mm-hmm.
One more from Tim Walz in Bethlehem. Joy. Let's talk about Joy.
Yeah.
Cut 6, Phil, go.
But here it is. It's all on the line. 45 days, not just for the next 4 years, but for the next 40 years.
Huh?
45 days to bring joy back to our politics.
Joy.
45 days to say we are not satisfied with putting cracks in the glass ceiling. We're pushing President Harris through the glass.
Did he say he's going to
throw her through a glass plate window?
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, what is this, like when...
Violence!
Yeah. Why
What did he even just say?
I don't know what he said. I was just focused on his... Call him something else. Hit him with the T word this morning, Don. I need a T word out of you.
Twits.
Twits, correct. It's just the hands, the arms. Like, I mean, he's still trying to give off like that football coach pep rally nonsense. It reminds me of? It reminds me of Kilmer in Varsity Blues. Let's not go out there and play for the next 12 minutes. Let's go out there and play for the next 12 years. And then the player's like, screw Kilmer. Let's go out there and play the next 12 minutes for the next 12 minutes. What the hell is he? What was it? What was the numbers he was throwing out? 45 days for the next 45 years?
40 years. Yeah, 40 years.
What does that mean?
Thanks, Kilmer. Guy. Yes. I mean, I know they're all frauds, but like that guy just comes off super, super phony. Changing his oil, fixing his cruise control on his 1979, whatever that thing was. Come on.
But we're bringing back the joy in politics. I
don't
know anybody who thinks that. But okay.
I've never been seeking joy in politics. I just want results. No, I don't need joy.
Yeah.
Hope, change, turn the page. Oh, jeez. That it?
That's it, guys.
Oh, my God. I need a barf bag. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Big three on the other side. And then a couple of interesting stories in the 9 o'clock hour. Early voting underway in person in 3 states. One very interesting when it comes to Virginia. But also some shenanigans in Arizona, although, according to reports, it's been Republicans that have benefited the most. Throws a little bit of a curveball in there, doesn't it? Back after this.
Doubleheader tonight for Monday Night Football. By the way, the Jaguars and Bills will be heard right here on 1210 WPHT. The other game is the Commanders and the Bengals. There's 2 NFL games tonight, and you have another chance for a big W on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. How about this first same game parlay? Josh Allen on the over rushing yards, Joe Burrow for the over passing yards, James Cook anytime touchdown, and Austin Eckler for over on the receiving yards. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. By the way, hopefully you listened to me and had Saquon Barkley for an anytime touchdown. Just saying, listen to this. You could win some money. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel.com/Greg. And also the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, President Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get your child or grandchild into the best position to have an outstanding school year. Now's the time to call Kathy Gannon, METC, to help your student. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Gannon, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep, as well as academic skills and leadership training. 215-493-4200. Now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at METC.com. Call METC's Tutoring Studio at 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@METC.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just
one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows. And save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's PHILO.tv.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Just 2 years ago, Bob Casey told us his vote for $1 trillion spending spree would miraculously reduce inflation. Casey promised his vote will reduce inflation. Have you been to a grocery store lately? Did Casey reduce anything except his credibility? In fact, it was Bob Casey's vote for reckless spending that caused this inflation in the first place. Prices went up, and now you're paying more for almost everything. Casey admits he failed. Prices have skyrocketed. Just listen to Casey.
You have boneless chicken going up 38% and paper products like toilet paper going up 35%.
Groceries cost more. Rent and housing cost more. Pennsylvania families are struggling. Casey promised to fix this mess. Instead, he made it worse. Bob Casey failed. We need a change to get back on track. It's time to change Washington. It's time to fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Free speech lives here on Audacy's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing gonna be alright.
Kayal and Company. Everything's going to be all right. Say it one more time. The economy, borders, and wars. Everything is going to be all right. 855-839-1210. As we continue, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Monday morning, we will get to a Big Three, our morning mystery movie clip. Also, What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, your voicemails, and Today in Music History. Coming up in the final hour of the show. But I do want to pay off this tease. We mentioned it a couple of times about early voting getting underway. And yes, we were talking about what was happening last week with shenanigans in Pennsylvania in multiple counties. Luzerne County, early drop-offs. We had that lady on, I forget whatever local affiliate that was in Luzerne County, where the lady's dropping off 4 ballots at a drop box, caught on camera, the whole bit. And then we had the Montgomery County stuff Thursday and Friday of last week. Linda Kearns calling in, and of course the county commissioner on social media taking selfies. I highlighted some of that in the big take. We've seen a lawsuit now since filed officially by the RNC. But we also have in-person early voting that is underway for this year's election that began on Friday, which was a milestone that kicked off a 6-week sprint to Election Day. This story is courtesy of the Associated Press, and I do think it's pretty interesting because you had voters that lined up to cast their ballots in Minnesota, South Dakota, and Virginia. Obviously, Minnesota, the state in which Tim Walz is the governor, South Dakota, and then you got Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. And if you look at some of the polls, we've seen Donald Trump very, very close in Virginia. I think I've seen as close as within 1 or 2 points, which for whatever reason, like I put aside New York. I'm not thinking about winning New York. But the fact that Trump is within 12 points and close to a 36-year low for Democrats in New York atop the presidential ticket in the polls, which is where Kamala Harris would be, the worst since I was 4 years old, that should parlay, I would think, from a common sense standpoint that states like Virginia could very well be in play. As we know, Trump always outperforms what the polls are showing you. But there's a couple of people and a couple of quotes that I thought were interesting when it comes to Minnesota, South Dakota, and Virginia. You had at a polling site in Minneapolis a man named Jason Miller. And maybe this runs counter to the fatigue that I was talking about that maybe is starting to set in between Trump and Harris, going back to that exhaustion that we had with Trump versus Biden. This individual arrived before the polls opened at 7 a.m., was the first in line amongst roughly 75 people to cast ballots in the first hour at the city's early voting center. He said, quote, "Why not try to be first? It's kind of fun, right?" 37-year-old house painter Jason Miller said in Minnesota. He said he voted, quote, "against crazy," but didn't want to name his choice for president. Quote, "I don't think I have to. I think that's pretty obvious. I think that's very, very clear." Then you had a couple of other quotes, including one individual who said, "If you could wave a magic wand right now, I would wish for two things between now and November 5th. I want to see high turnout and I want to see low drama." That is also from Minnesota and an early voter. I think we can guess where he's leaning, or that person is leaning there. And then another voter in Minnesota, Eugene Odison, 71, a Vietnam vet and former mill worker, cast his early ballot for the former president, Donald Trump. He said he believes Trump will keep the country from intervening in foreign conflicts and he will manage the economy like a business executive, to which I wholeheartedly agree. Again, that goes back to why I keep saying hammer home the message: economy, border, and wars. EBW. I know that's not a bad wrestling promotion. Economy, border, and wars. And when you look at this, this is where I mentioned last week, and I gave Republicans a lot of credit. We're looking at the early registration for early mail-in ballot requests, specifically in Pennsylvania, and they are up substantially. And I gave all of you a lot of credit, whether you're in this audience or somebody else statewide that's not listening to this show, although we know a lot of people stream us on the Audacy app and get us all over the country, maybe even the planet. You have to keep taking, look, we got a tweet from Deb earlier this morning, 6 weeks out, early voting in person. She said she doesn't like it. Again, I don't like it either. And I don't like what I'm seeing here in Arizona, courtesy of Fox 10 in Phoenix, which we'll get to in a moment. But this is the system. Take advantage of it and get yourself a cushion or reduce your deficit. It's not worth waiting for potential hazards to occur on November 5th. Printers, ink, paper, technology, Wi-Fi crashing, machines going kapooey. Like, just reduce all the stuff that could hinder your chance to win. Control what you can control. Control the controllables. And right now, you have a lot of control and a lot of power. So I hope people will do that.
So this is courtesy of Cliff Maloney. This is for mail-in ballot requests. Okay, R versus D. So this is just in Pennsylvania. In 2020, 50 days out, the GOP had 376,956 mail-in ballot requests. Okay. The Dems had 1.1 million.
Yep.
In 2024, 50 days out, the GOP has 321,077, and the Dems have 799,000 actually. So that looks like the mail-in ballot requests, as far as Pennsylvania, is down by almost 300,000 votes. Yeah. Or 300,000 requests since 2020. Now,
the deficit's smaller for Republicans.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now, look, in 2020 we had a pandemic, so that might have had something to do with it. Maybe more people use the mail-in or the in-person voting system, or there's there's less enthusiasm. Maybe more people switching. I don't know.
So right now, if we had to guess, and we know popular vote doesn't matter, right? So let's go with 81 million for Biden 4 years ago and 74 million for Trump. I would argue today that Kamala Harris will have less than Joe did 4 years ago. So I'm going to say under 81 million votes for Kamala, and I think Trump's going to be above 74 million. So if you're tracking it in three different elections, Trump would have went from 62 million in 16, 74 million in 20, biggest increase for a sitting president in the history. And that's why they don't attack him on policy, other than Roe v. Wade. The guy got 12 million more votes the next time around. So policy-wise, you want to try to argue it was bad? And again, that's why they don't do it. I would say this time around, that number is going to be 76, 77 million. I think he's going to be 2, 3, maybe 4 million more. I don't think he'll get to 80. I don't think either will. I also don't think either are going to get to 300 in the Electoral College. I know Harry Enton gave us those best case, worst case, if the polls are off by this, if they're off by that. I mean, Kamala Harris, 319 electoral votes, don't see it. I also don't see, I think they're both going to be battling in that low 260 to high 270 range, if I had to forecast it right now. But you can play around with it. Dawn's given you the website before, 270towin.com. That's how I fill my free time up these days, just on that website all day.
Yeah, I just wonder, as Kamala Harris, she was the newbie, came on the scene. There was a lot of media excitement. And now as the media, mainstream media, gets a little sick and tired of the fact that she's not answering the questions, that she's hiding from the media, is the honeymoon over yet? And as we now get very serious into the nitty gritty, and people are thinking about this, and like we've talked about, we're in the fall now. Fun and games of summer are over. And so here we are in this stretch, and do people start thinking about the fact that Kamala Harris is the vice president of the United States of America right now in this incumbent administration? And as far as Trump goes, where are all of his warts and foibles, whatever you want to say? And so how does this shake out? I just think it comes down to when you just use the word, is I think the word energy. Who is energized? And most importantly, in big cities like Philadelphia, who is not energized? And
I think the re-energization. Yeah, that thing.
And then I wonder too, with think about old school Democrats, and you think about the machine. So allegedly, we've seen the muscle, even a little bit of intimidation at the polls. So if union voters, are the union voters not? I'm not talking about the leadership. I'm talking about the rank and file. If they are agreeing more with Trump, what does that mean at the polls as far as the intimidation factor and all of that good stuff? And I have friends who've worked the polls, and women, by the way, men.
Love when women work the polls,
right?
Don.
But they still, work in the polls. They still will get booted, that sort of thing. And so how does that, let's say here in Philadelphia or Chicago or New York, how does that relate as far as is that output as far as union rank and file going more toward Trump or being less energized for the Democrat nominee?
Yeah.
How does that matter at the end of the day?
And I think, as I was botching that word, with energy, with this new injection of juice, I would say the energy to be explained on the Trump side is righting the wrongs of the last 4 years, getting back to where we were pre-pandemic, whereas the new energy infusion on the Democrat side is merely because, well, it's not Joe, so it's somebody, quote, new, even though she's really not new, but they're going to try to portray her to be new. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Big three on the other side. And then 2 stories in the world of sports and politics. One from the USA Today and what the New York Mets did to one female Trump fan. The details coming up after the news as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/gutter to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/gutter. That's leaffilter.com/gutter.
When was the last time you watched your home movies? Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear. After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Audacy app.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you procrastinate another summer on getting that old AC unit replaced? Or maybe waited another winter to replace that ancient furnace? Well, stop procrastinating. Now is the time to replace that old AC unit or furnace because our big rebates available. Big ones, up to $2,600 rebates. We've got Pico rebates, manufacturer's rebates, electrical association rebates, and more. At Marvin E. Cans Inc., we are rebate experts. Contact us at marvinecans.com. That's Marvin E. Kanze WPHT.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Better water leads to a better everyday experience. With treated water from Martin Water Conditioning, you can experience silky smooth skin, refreshed hair after a morning shower. Your clothes and towels feel softer. They're no longer battered with minerals. Your coffee and teas taste better. Your appliances using water lasts longer. Even before you leave your home, your entire morning experience is improved with better household water. If you want to experience better water, call Martin Water Conditioning 800-887-7555 or go online at martinwater.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Who's next?
Who's next? The boss. That's who. Bruce Springsteen. Kayal and Company. 9:03. Hour number 4 underway here on this Monday morning. Hopefully all of you enjoying your trek back to the office or wherever you may be going. Don't worry, we'll get you there. Dawn will keep you there. Dawn will keep you entertained until noon. And then Dom will take the handles. And then Rich will take the reins. And then 2 Mondays from now at 7 p.m., you missed it last week, the debut of the Jimmy Fallon Show.
Yeah.
Weeknights at 7 into Walter Sterling. Live, local, late-breaking, entertaining. What we try to do here and keep you informed in these crazy, crazy times. 855-839-1210. Morning Mystery Movie Clip coming up in just about 15. We'll get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, voicemails. I'm sure Phil's got a great edition of Today in Music History. It might include what he wagered on, what he did for the weekend, what he had for breakfast. You never know what Phil's going to throw in there.
By the way, can I just mention that we put the poll up on
how's
the
that
YouTube
doing?
chat. Should Trump do a second debate? Should Trump do a second debate? That was the question.
I take a guess?
Yes.
I haven't looked. I'm going to say 32% say 32% say yes.
You're very close. 40% say yes. 60% say no. Okay, let's close that poll and ask a separate question. So that is, should Trump do the debate? My next question for you is, will Trump do the debate? Will Trump do the debate, yes or no?
Boy, he didn't do primary debates because he didn't have to, and I defended that. He's done 2. He's done 1 against each candidate, Joe and Kamala. Will he do it? I think there's a part of him that's itching to do it, but I will say no. I think if my guess is he's being advised not to do it, and I think he is taking that advice. So I will say no.
Dawn?
I think he probably won't.
Okay.
Okay. So we're in agreement there.
All right. So yeah, we're all in agreement.
Okay.
No. Will Trump do a second debate? Not should he, will he?
Right.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Remember, if you're there, when you're there, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit all the buttons, and go vote right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
I will say, though, I think he's going to do, because everything, the news cycle changes day by day, week by week. And so I think he's going to do whatever. That's the thing about him. He's flexible. He's not working from some script.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think he's going to do what he has to do. And it's to his advantage toward the end of the campaign because he is a veteran at this now.
Yeah. Oh my God. The experience that he has gained over the last 8 years compared to what she has been tasked to do and failed to do and refuses to do, it's not even close. I mean, we're talking about a guy running for office for the 3rd time versus the newbie, even though she's been around 5 years, 6 years at this level. It's not even close for sure. All right, 855-839-1210. I want to get to this Mets story coming up with a Mets fan and a Maga hat and a lawsuit that has transpired since then. But before we do all of that, let's get to the news. Let's find out what's going on. Maybe people are doing donuts, I don't know, at 15th and Market right now. We will wait no longer. Time for a Dawn Stens on Big 3 at 9:07.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Indeed, we have Donald J. Trump returning to Pennsylvania today for 2 big events in the battleground state, both in western PA. First, he's scheduled to appear in Smithtown, Westmoreland County, addressing the Protecting America initiative led by Richard Grinnell. That's the group who they're led by. And Grinnell, by the way, served as acting director of national intelligence under Trump. And then former U.S. Representative Lee Zeldin, who's a Republican from New York, who was, of course, one of the former president's strongest backers on Capitol Hill. So that's earlier in the day, and then that'll be followed by a big rally at Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Trump speaks 7 p.m. Remember, this is about 50-plus miles east of Butler, where the former president was shot back in July 13th, outdoor rally.
Good old IUP. I know it well. Little Division II school.
And so he's scheduled to spend then the rest of the week in other battleground states, Georgia and Michigan. But remember us, Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she'll be here this week for a luncheon. So other surrogates will be here. It'll be a busy week of campaigning. As far as Harris, back in the campaign says, I was trying to look up because there aren't a lot of details from Vice President Kamala Harris.
Wait, there's not a lot of details about Kamala Harris? Really? You could have stopped right there. You've been 100% accurate.
Reportedly here in PA Wednesday, but it looks like the Pittsburgh area. And looking at unveiling new economic policies on Wednesday.
What communist idea that'll fail will she roll out that the mainstream media will squash her for? I have to think about this one tonight.
But you think about that, late September, and announcing, because we still don't have all the details, and I know there was another economic summit, and others were talking in the industry as far as energy, saying she still has not, the Harris campaign has still not released all the details on energy and fracking. So they're pushing her over the weekend to get that done. So maybe we'll see more details.
Okay. By the way, on the Michigan front, and I get you can't leave any stone unturned, but we've talked about this path of least resistance, and now all of a sudden North Carolina's in the conversation because of maybe the Mark Robinson thing and some of the polls. If you're Trump, do you stop going to Michigan at this point? I mean, I'm not saying you punt on it by any stretch, but it does seem like it's a state where Kamala's probably going. I would just put, if you're going to have like your eggs in one basket, I'd put them in PA.
The problem with North Carolina is that because of the Mark Robinson situation, you're going to get a lot of donors and everything who are not going to put money into his campaign, which means if they're not putting money into his campaign, which means it's going to mean the Trump campaign is going to have to spend more dollars in North Carolina that they probably didn't need to if they had strong candidates in said state that could lift up the entire ticket.
Well, Lindsey Graham came out over the weekend and said if the allegations against Mark Robinson are true, that makes him unfit to serve. Although Lindsey Graham did give this caveat that he will still back Mark Robinson even if the allegations are true if he agrees to funnel money for wars.
By the way, all those posts were mysteriously deleted over the weekend. I don't know if you saw that.
Well, it's like Usher with the Diddy posts. He got hacked. When in doubt, you got hacked.
Yeah, the debacle that's happening in North Carolina, the question is, what happens down ticket?
Yep.
And so they've all but said now that because of the controversy with the lieutenant governor, and by the way, he is currently the lieutenant governor of the state of North Carolina. So all this is like, oh, Trump endorsed him. Well, of course he did. He's the lieutenant governor. Nobody could have predicted that this allegation of more than a decade ago that he was on some freaky deaky site saying stupid stuff.
So according to people who are very close to politics in North Carolina, it's kind of been a well-known secret there. That he's a freak like that.
Well, then why didn't it come out till now?
Well, that's the question I brought up last week. But who's the blame on? Like, I can't sit here and blame Trump. Like, Trump can't personally vet these people 16 years back. If there's a failure to vet, it's on his staff, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the way I would view it. Same thing with Kamala Harris. Like, you think Kamala Harris vets every single person that she puts an endorsement on? There's no way. There's got to be a team that does this. Well, because Kamala's busy.
So if you look at the polling, and we've been referencing this North Carolina or the New York Times Siena poll that came out this morning or late last night, Trump is in the lead in North Carolina. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, it's by 2 points, but this Mark Robinson, has been down by 10 points for the entire campaign. Yeah.
So the fact that they could not get him to step aside by that midnight deadline last week that we talked about, that's a real problem because Democrats, they got Joe Biden to step down.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Who's next? Mark Robinson, you're next. That's who.
But my point in that is that it hasn't affected Trump, at least in the polling for North Carolina, because, like I said, Mark Robinson has been a terrible candidate and has been running at least 10 points behind his opponent. So and it hasn't affected the top of the ticket. So will it affect the top of the ticket on election day? Who knows?
I will say this though: if Trump is only up 3, 4, 5 points in North Carolina, that concerns me. I also think it's kind of ridiculous that people are trying to argue now that Florida's in play for Kamala. To me, Florida's in play for Kamala, like New York's in play for Trump. It's not going to happen.
They're saying it because of abortion.
Yeah,
and
a lot of people are throwing Texas in there too because Ted Cruz looks like he's in trouble.
See, I would argue
they're still saying he'll pull it out,
and I don't think Texas will go blue.
We do this all the time.
I know, sorry.
But like seriously,
No.
Texas. Like Texas is far closer to going Democrat than Florida.
We do this every election cycle. Every election cycle we do this. They're like Democrats put money into Texas and like I think it's going to be and Texas always goes red. It always goes red. It always will go red.
But if you're asking me what's more likely to go blue, Texas or Florida, I would say Texas. Because of the big blue cities like Dallas, Houston.
No, I know. Both of them are going to go red.
Yeah.
Both of them are going to go red.
Well, that's what the Cook Report, which is like the Bible of elections, claims. But who knows?
I would say the easiest, I would think, out of all of those states that Trump won in 2016 and 2020, the easiest one for him to lose, I think, is North Carolina because of those issues in North Carolina.
But understand...
It's the only one he's won twice.
But understand with North Carolina... The difference is all the people, because of the pandemic, that moved south.
Yep.
Are those North Carolinians, are they energized?
But Raleigh is like the new tech hub of the world.
Yeah.
So you get a lot of tech bros there and like younger families and stuff.
Yep.
So whereas I do agree with you, Dawn, a lot of people moved to those, southern states during the pandemic. I think there was an influx too of a lot of younger people because of all the tech jobs.
Well, but isn't that the thing that's the most frustrating? That's the same thing with Nashville. It's the same thing with Atlanta. These people leave blue states, not just for the weather, not just for lower taxes, but like all of these, especially you're talking about COVID and the restrictions that were placed on you, and you flee it, you get rid of it, and then you still vote for it in the red state. I don't get that.
Yeah.
And I'm living proof of it. Like I left Pennsylvania in 2018 to move to a red state, and I loved it. And then I started voting Republican further there. And when I came back, and these nut jobs, like Sean Farish will bring it up all the time, these New Yorkers that moved to Nashville because they're sick of the blue governors and the blue mayors. And then what do? Democrat. Just definition of insanity. Sorry, this is still Dawn's Big Three.
Yeah, sorry, Big Three. Number 2, the man arrested for allegedly trying to assassinate former President Donald J. Trump on a Florida golf course is expected to appear before a judge today. This is Ryan Ruth, ordered to appear in a West Palm Beach federal court. This is a pre-detention hearing. So I point this out to you because oftentimes, this happened September 15th. During the court proceedings, we get more details. That's when they have to. Obviously, the prosecution, they try to give out more information as well as the defense team, but that's when we usually will learn new or more details. Remember, he's the one who was able to get within 300 to 500 yards. That's the number that they keep reiterating.
Yes.
300 to 500 yards.
Yeah, and I believe Josh Hawley over the weekend or Friday said that it is well noted that this golf course is a security liability for the president, and they've known that for quite some time, that there's just a lot of spots where Secret Service cannot see a potential threat, we know he didn't have line of sight vision to Trump, but there's plenty of spots out there where they would. So that's a concern for me as well.
Number 3, there's a lot of health news. I'll go with this headline that deadly fungal infections are spreading like a silent pandemic, can kill 40 million people over the next 25 years.
How many people can they kill, though, between now and November 5th?
I know, right?
And should we lock things down?
Wear a mask. But this is a new study. I'm only repeating it because it was published in the Lancet, which, well, generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking, when the Lancet publishes something, it's significant. So researchers are talking about these drug-resistant infections that lead to the deaths of more than 1 million people every single year, and this is getting supersized. And so they're looking at over a 25-year period due to these infections, and they're saying nobody's talking about it. People are talking about bacterial antimicrobial resistance. That's happening when bacteria evolves and becomes more drug resistant. We hear about that all the time, especially if you have kids, you know, you're well versed on this. But what they're talking about, the threat of fungal pathogens and the antifungal resistance, this is a huge issue that's happening. The Lancet putting this out there, a lot of researchers dealing with this, but they're talking about this, warning people that if some action is not taken, the fungal infections can infect 6.5 million people and kill more than half of them every year.
Wow.
It's disproportionate, these fungal infections. It's no joke. And because my kid just had one because of football, if your kid plays sports.
I've got a story as well.
Right?
Go ahead.
It's the fungal. That's what we dealt with. And
Kids
then
are filthy human
Then you
beings,
take
aren't
them
they?
to urgent care that misdiagnoses them because you can't get into the regular primary doctor because 100,000 plus primary doctors all left amid the pandemic.
Yep.
And you finally, a week later, after they've been taking the powerful antibiotics and the wrong cream, now it's like all over them and they look like they have leprosy. And then finally you get into your primary.
Is this your news for one, Dawn?
And then finally it's fungal.
Yeah, you know, my daughter's Mia's dealing with a wart on her kneecap. And I got to tell you, those over-the-counter wart freeze-away kits, and the look. First, you do the little liquid, and it gets white and crusty, and that doesn't
like
work.
That thing.
And then you buy the freeze-away kit with like 8 pumps, and it's like $12 or whatever.
Yeah.
Garbage, doesn't work. So now we're going to have to go and go into the a dermatologist, and is going to pull out that big fire extinguisher and just go and that'll kill it. It'll flake up and fall off, and she'll scream because it's negative 40,000 degrees. Yeah,
but it'll get her done.
Oh, it works. I had a wart in 2021 on my foot in Nashville. It wouldn't go away, and I tried to take care of it myself. Never do that, by the way, because they spread. And then I got a second one, so I had to go to the dermatologist, and boom, they blasted them.
That's what you got to do.
It's fun stuff, too.
Get her done.
My kids were giggling, seeing Daddy in pain. Guy comes in with like a mask on and a fire extinguisher. They're going to douse me.
Does anybody have video of that?
No. But there's a lot of moments in my life that we could put on video. I think it'd be a top seller.
Aaron, let's get your sister involved.
Yep.
And Kristen.
Family photographer, Aaron.
We are sponsored in our Big Three by Indeed. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Just schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit. That's Indeed.com/credit. Killing Company Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. We will get to the Maga Mets fan coming up next segment. But right now, 9:21, time for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You are always hogging that machine. Every day, day in and day out, you are on that machine. I have been trying to use that machine for 3 weeks, and every time I try, you're here. Well, today is my day. I want to use that machine. I need that machine. That machine needs me. Who is that?
Oh, school psychologist.
Think you know what it is? Call at 12 at 855-839-1210.
It's a hard one.
And you could win this great prize.
Once again, today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, the next 3 days, you will get another chance at a pair of tickets to the Big Laughs Comedy Tour with Taylor Mason. It's coming up on September 27th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. Caller 12-855-839-1210.
Do you know that movie, Nick?
No, but I know that clip, and I can't think. I'm not going to say anything because last time I couldn't get Drew Barrymore correct, so I said the girl from E.T. so I don't want to be ridiculed, but I know that clip, and I'm drawing a blank on the movie.
Dawn, do you know the movie?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm not eligible.
It's a great movie.
And neither's Dawn, by the way. Even though Dawn shows up to these things for tickets.
It's a very underrated movie, not very well known, but good luck.
We're going to investigate how Dawn was at the... where were you this weekend?
ELO concert.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to launch
Jeff
an internal
Lynne,
investigation.
ELO. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm. All right,
So much fun.
855-839-1210. Best of luck, caller 12. The winner next, and why a Mets fan wearing a Maga hat went viral. Details, stay right there.
Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You've heard me talk about them, their story. Mike and Mark Chapman, two brothers, decided to create this business locally, Chester County, and as their business has grown, their families have grown, just great guys. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your front entry door, right now is the perfect time. For the entire month of September, Chapman is offering free hardware on a new front entry door up to the value of $500. So think about what an updated front door can really change. First of all, it's like an instant makeover for your entire home. Looks beautiful, changes the curb appeal of your home, increases the resale value, and just for your own personal satisfaction. I think you walk up and it's like, it's such a nice makeover, quick and easy. Whether you're looking for a single door, double door, or maybe a door with side lights, that's what I have. Their experienced project consultants are going to help you choose the perfect new door for your home. So if you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, the hardware, give them a call, text 610-431-8898. Visit them online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Chase believes that having a place of your very own should be accessible for everyone. That's why we're offering homebuyer grants of up to $7,500 in select areas. It's just one of the many ways Chase can make your home buying dreams a reality. Visit chase.com/homebuyer or your local Chase branch. The Chase Homebuyer Grant is available on primary residence purchases only, on select products and subject to eligibility. All home lending products are subject to credit and property approval. Program terms are subject to change without notice. Home lending products provided by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, Equal Housing Opportunity.
As the leaves change, so can your ride. With the all-new 2025 Infiniti QX80, now available at Infiniti of Westchester. This month, elevate your drive with unmatched luxury, bold design, and performance that's built to conquer any season. The 2025 Infiniti QX80 is here, where style meets power and comfort knows no bounds. So visit us in-store or check us out online at infinityofwestchester.com and step into the future of driving today. Philly rides with us.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater in Media, Saturday, November 16th. It's the story of Philadelphia sports put to music.
So much joy and laughter. From my friend who's a Giants fan, and I thought that he was going to hate it, but he laughed the whole time.
Well, the orchestra was phenomenal.
His daughter is really, really talented. His niece, all his brothers.
They're unbelievable. Go Chip Snapper!
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Media Theater in Media, Saturday, November 16th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Discover the all-new 2024 Tacoma at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, get rates as low as 4.99% for 60 months or choose 5.99% for 72 months. Experience the trail-dominating power, legendary capability, and captivating style of the redesigned Tacoma. Tri-County Toyota is easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyToyota.com today for more details. And don't forget, when you buy from Tri-County, you get Tri-County for life.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
White man came across the sea. He brought us pain and misery.
9:29, Kayal and Company, Monday morning, still on tap. We have our voicemails coming up. What's on the cut sheet, part 2. Today in music history, and what is coming up at the top of the hour for the Dawn Show. Right now, let's find out what movie we just played for you. Surprise, surprise. It was from 1984. I think the greatest year in the history of civilization, because that's when my mom and dad created yours truly right here. That's right, 1984. 1984 is a great year. Look it up. I'm not lying. Zach in Medford, New Jersey is our winner. Zach, what movie did we just play for you?
We played Teachers.
Yeah,
that is correct. Woo. Yes, and Greg and I used to play hooky back in the day as well. Congratulations, Zach. You got the Taylor Mason tickets.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, that movie starred Nick Nolte and Joe Beth Williams.
And Ralph, yes, thank you. Ralph Macchio.
And the person who had the meltdown was the school psychologist.
Yes. Amen.
Well, if you were a school psychologist and you were counseling Greg Stocker, you'd have a meltdown as well, right?
I think Crispin Glover was in that too. Am I wrong about that?
I don't recall him.
I'm looking. Judd Hirsch, Laura Dern,
Nolte,
Joe Beth
Macchio,
Williams,
yep.
Nick Nolte.
Which is interesting because in 1984, Macchio makes that movie, and that was also the year Karate Kid came out.
Sure.
And I thought The Rock only made 2 movies in the same calendar year. But apparently I'm wrong.
He wasn't a huge part of that movie, but he was the best part, actually.
I also think 48 Hours, speaking of Nick Nolte, I think 48 Hours came out in 1984.
82.
82, okay. When did the second one come out? 90?
88? 89 or 90, yeah.
Okay. Richard Mulligan. Is that what you said?
Richard Mulligan from...
Dick Mulligan.
Teachers.
Yeah, he was in Empty Nest, that show from the early 90s.
There you go. All right. Last story of the day. Phil, I don't know if you have the picture of this lady going to Citi Field, but this lady right here just got totally violated by the New York Mets. And I got to defend this lady here. Her name is Aura Moody. If you're on YouTube, you will see her wearing her red Make America Great hat again. She's got 45-47, so that's the newer one that's out there. We call that the Michael Pelka version. I've seen him golf with that thing on. And Aura Moody is 64, and she wants $2 million in damages over her MAGA hat ban at Citi Field, as she is citing emotional distress. I'm going to take you through this story. I thought it was fascinating, and I guess technically the Mets, as a, private company, can do what they want. I'm asking the question of, if Aura Moody walked in with a Harris Walls blue T-shirt, would she have been asked to take it off or leave the stadium? My guess is probably not. But she wants $2 million in damages, claiming she was barred from entering the stadium last month until she took off her MAGA hat, according to a September 6th Brooklyn federal court lawsuit. They go on to say, quote, "This country is supposed to be the beacon of freedom for all." Moody, 64, who is representing herself in court. She is a social worker and a mother of two. She said that she and her friend were wearing MAGA hats when they arrived at Citi Field on August 14th for a Mets-Oakland A's game. And she is accusing the Mets of, quote, "racial discrimination and political retaliation and reputational harm." And she is seeking $2 million in damages. She said that she tried to invoke her First Amendment rights multiple times, but was told by the staffer at the stadium that the MAGA hat was, quote, "too political," and she needed to take it off. I'm not sure what too political means. It's really amazing that people see that. They get so triggered by that. Like the logic component of their brain shuts off and they just go all emotional. Moody and her pal, who were both on the board of the club, only agreed to take their hats off because they were worried about inconveniencing the rest of their group that they attended the game with, who were already in their seats. Moody said the ban violated her right to free speech and caused her emotional distress, claiming, quote, "Moody attempted to de-escalate the situation and asked if she could put her MAGA hat in her bag, but was told no. Quote, "No, because you can put the hat back on once you get to your seat. You have to take a MAGA hat out of the stadium." So what is she supposed to do? Go out in Queens and just toss it in like a gutter? Is that good enough for the New York Mets? I know Phil Almquist is a Yankee fan, but I would love to see if this was a story with the Yankees, because it would probably get much more coverage than the Mets. A Mets employee says the following, that it was about the entire policy. A Mets employee was mistaken about the policy. "We are now reaching out to Aura to apologize and invite her back to the ballpark." I hope she, you know what? I don't think she's going to get $2 million in damages.
She might get something.
And I don't know that she has emotional distress. I think it's kind of frivolous. But
I think the point
she was wronged.
But what she's saying is that they especially did not want an African-American woman, a black woman wearing a MAGA hat. She says when they finally did get to their seats, there were other white people wearing their MAGA hats.
Really?
So she's saying...
Okay, I didn't see that part.
So she's saying, oh, it's because I'm black. Well, she's saying it's a civil rights, not just First Amendment, but civil rights.
Well, good for her. I hope she wins. I was going to argue that, I could see the Mets just banning anybody from wearing a MAGA hat. Male, female, white, black, didn't matter.
They don't have a policy. They called her and apologized. They don't have such a policy.
Again, I don't think she's going to win $2 million, because I think these suits are very difficult to be victorious on. And, oh, by the way, she's representing herself, which is weird because, it's not like you can't, quote, afford a lawyer, because in these cases, usually the lawyers only get compensated if they recover. Mm-hmm. My guess is if she did approach a lawyer, they're probably like, yeah, it's not worth our time because we won't win. We've been down this road before. And yes, technically, I guess the Mets can do whatever they want, but this is where we're at. See, this is what you talked about last 2 Thursdays ago over at Scottish Rite. This is why Trump always overperforms in the polls, because people are afraid to, this lady is a 64-year-old social worker, mother of two, trying to enjoy her game. And I guarantee you, if that was a blue Harris Walls hat, which, by the way, I don't think there's actually Harris Walls hats. I don't know. Do Democrats not wear hats? What's that about? I never see a Democrat hat, by the way.
There actually is one that's camouflaged.
Really? Camouflage, yeah.
Oh, they're playing into the Timmy Walls, valor background. Right. Yeah. All right, so I just wanted to pass that story along. I felt bad for Aura Moody. I hope she gets her compensation.
I actually think the New York Post did a thing over the weekend. I think it was published in yesterday's Post that they had two Post reporters. One had Make America Great Again stuff on, and the other had Harris Walls stuff on, and to see if either was treated differently.
Now, see, that would be an interesting case study.
I believe they did that yesterday. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I read that story that they did yesterday, and it was, in fact, the people who wore the Make America Great Again stuff were treated differently.
You know what we should do? We should get body cam footage and get these little body cam technology, these little clips, and send Phil and Jimmy Kelly together to like a variety of businesses in Center City, Philadelphia, and one of them wearing a blue Harris Walls hat, and one wearing a MAGA hat, and let them go together almost like they're buddies and go in and around, shop, sit down, have a cup of coffee, and just video record them and see how they're treated separately, especially in this section of town. I'd love to see how that goes. We could do like we'll be like Kamala. We'll copycat that. We'll take that from the New York Post and we'll do Man on the Street here for 1210 WPHT. Which, by the way, we got to put one of these into play. We keep talking about Man on the Street. We never do it.
Well, we were going to do the
and I'm willing to participate.
If the public knew who Kamala Harris was, I think we're a little too late on that one.
You're right. You're right. We are.
It would have been better to do before she announced.
Yeah,
she was running for president.
Yeah.
Well, Olivia Nuzzi is out of work. She could do the person on the street stuff.
Oh, that's right. Her and
Bobby.
Her and Bobby with her online relationship.
There are new juicy details on that.
Yeah.
Greg, can you tell us what maybe Bobby's first pickup line sounded like to Olivia the first time he approached her?
You could be. You're the same age as my daughter, and that's really hot for me. Saying.
Reportedly,
help me understand this.
He is considering litigation against her.
Yeah.
Against her?
Yeah. Claiming that she bombarded him with increasingly pornographic photos and videos, and he had at one point blocked her number.
Yeah. I mean, like, I can relate. After the big take, my inbox gets flooded.
Well, they're not going to. All right, let me just. First of all, I have no dog in this fight. I don't care one way or another. But she would allow herself to be put on leave if that was the case. You know what I mean? Like, you don't think that she has some sort of evidence that shows that he reciprocated with this?
Well, he's a Kennedy, so good chance she does, because all Kennedys are pigs.
By the way, have you seen her? Like, she's beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, she's 30. Of course.
Her body.
She looks like Cheryl Hine did 40 years ago.
No, I mean, her face is not.
Sorry.
It's not her face. She has a nice body. If you look at the pictures, it's her face is like mid,
right?
But the body is.
Dawn's got the face at 6.2, the body at 8.7.
I'm being honest. I just think
I love that honesty.
She knows how to use that body.
Yeah, man.
But the allegation is that Nuzzi allegedly tricked him into receiving. So he first blocked her number over a flirtatious remark, and then at some point she allegedly tricked him. She emailed him about urgent information about a hit piece being prepared against him. She emailed him, then he unblocked her number, and then she sent a provocative picture prompting him to block her again. That's the word from his attorney.
We got to set up a
I'm just saying.
We got to set up a double date between Bobby and Newsy and Nancy and that dude from CNN.
It's unbelievable.
What a time to be in American politics.
Any of it.
Yeah.
I don't believe any of it.
All right, 9:40.
No, I just don't believe. Like, he's a Kennedy. He's a Kennedy. Of course, he took the bait.
Yeah.
Of course, he took the bait.
Yep.
Whether she was baiting him or not, I don't know. But
Yeah. We do voicemails when we come back?
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the voicemails on the other side. What occurred today in music history and what is on tap for the Dawn Show? Just 19 minutes out. Back after this, Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, did you hear? Wawa has classic hoagies for just $6.
Any classic hoagie?
Yeah, any classic hoagie.
What about the cheesesteak?
$6.
Meatball?
$6.
What about the Italian hoagie?
It's $6 for a classic. I shouldn't even have to ask, but what do you want for lunch?
Hoagies at Wawa, of course.
Right now, get any Wawa Classic Hoagie for $6. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with an easy question. How are your cholesterol levels? Managing healthy cholesterol is a key to a strong heart and overall wellness. For over 38 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach their cholesterol goals. I've counted on Rescue for years, and with good reason. Their range of supplements designed to meet your specific needs, from omega-3s to red yeast rice and more. Take charge of your heart health today. Use the code DROP at checkout to double your order on any cholesterol product for free. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember to use the code DROP to buy one, get one free on Rescue Cholesterol products. Double up your cholesterol support today. Use the code DROP at res-q.com.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Audacy app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Audacy app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Audacy app. That's AUDACY.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Honey, I'm going to Wawa for dinner.
Okay, but Ben wants pizza.
Yep.
And Nick wants a burger and fries.
Right.
Oh, and the twins, they won't touch anything except for mac and cheese.
Exactly. Wawa has something for everyone for dinner, so I only have to make one stop to make everyone happy. So, what do you want?
Well, if you're going to Wawa, I have to have a hoagie.
From burgers to hoagies and everything in between, Wawa has dinner for everyone.
California Psychics is America's most trusted psychic network. But don't take it from us. Take it from our customers.
You know, it was probably the best psychic reading I've ever had.
Thank you, California Psychics. You changed my opinion about getting a reading over the phone.
It was definitely worth it, and I would do it again in a second.
That's because at California Psychics, we only connect you with the best. In fact, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us. So we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20.
I've never had a phone call make me so excited for the future.
So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get $5 off with code RADIO5 when you download the app.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Audacy's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal Company, 9:49 closing moments here on a Monday. Today in music history, coming right up, followed by what's on tap for the Dawn Show, as she gets set to take over at 10 o'clock this morning. But before we get to those two staples of the show, we get to our newest feature. We like to call it the Audacy voicemail machine.
Good morning, Kayal and Company people. This is Joe from Warminster, and I just wanted to thank you on this Monday, September 9th, for fixing the problem with your YouTube app as I watch it on my Roku TV. Now I can listen to it on volume 23 up in my kitchen as I gaze down into the living room to watch it.
Wow.
Before I had to have it on 90 to hear it.
Wow.
So whoever fixed that, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
And go Trump.
You know, it's funny. I don't know if anybody here fixed it, because I've noticed as a new YouTube TV subscriber that because I can't fix anything, until my wife fixed it with one of the remotes, I had to put like sports games up to like 75 just to hear it at a decent volume. Yet the commercials are incredibly loud. Like I put the commercials at like 25, so I had to sync everything up. But yeah.
Interesting.
I'm glad everybody's happy
We
about
have
that.
changed the processing a little bit, so.
Okay.
All right.
There you go.
It's considered gravy if it has meat in it. So a spaghetti sauce with meatballs and sausage cooked in the sauce, it is considered a gravy. Gravy is any sauce that is derived from meat.
Okay.
Fascinating.
So no gravy if it's just straight marinara. You can't call it gravy. You got to call it sauce.
Does sauce need to have meat in it?
Not always. I mean, do you like meat sauce? Do you like your balls? I mean, what do you like? I like meatballs personally. Lots of garlic.
But when you make spaghetti and you have sauce, do you put meat in the sauce?
No, not always.
Then it would be gravy. If you put meat in there,
then it's
gravy.
Yeah,
but
okay.
if it's vegetarian, if it's vegan, then it's sauce.
Okay.
Do you put meat in your sauce?
Sometimes.
Yeah. I don't know that anybody does it consistently. Oh my God.
Yeah, this is Jason from Harleysville.
Hi, Jason.
Could you please stop teasing me with Bruno for a half an hour every Wednesday?
Uh-oh.
I either need Bruno every Wednesday from 6 to 10, or I need Bruno for a half an hour Monday through Friday.
All right.
That is all.
Spread it out.
Well, maybe your budget's different than ours. Hey, what do you want from me, dude?
He wants to spread out the Bruno love.
Yeah. We got to ask Bruno this question about gravy, by the way, on Wednesday.
Should we bring Bruno on 6 to 10?
Why don't we just make it like The View? Let's have 7 people with like a CNN post-debate stage. Fine by me.
I'll take it under advisement.
As long as I don't take a pay cut, you can add as many voices as you like.
What's wrong with you? All right, I think that's where we're going to end today.
All right, that'll do it. I like the variety today.
Yes.
We didn't get any Ozzy singing or anything like that.
By the way, if you haven't done so yet, download the Audacy app and hit the microphone button under 1210 WPHT and leave us a voicemail. We'll get to it eventually. I mean, you heard that one from September 9th. So we're a tad behind.
Well, we're like Kamala. We're very busy, folks. We're very busy.
We're a tad behind.
All right, let's get to the music.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, September 23rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Neil Smith, drummer for Alice Cooper, who's now 77, and Bruce Springsteen, Greg's favorite, who's now 75.
I played him this morning.
Heavenly birthday shout-outs to John Coltrane, as well as Ray Charles. We also lost Robbie McIntosh from the Average White Band on this day in 1974. Singles include People Are Strange by The Doors in 67, Heroes by Bowie in 77, and Magic Carpet Ride by Steppenwolf in 68. Albums include Bridges to Babylon by The Stones in 97, Third Stage by Boston in 86, and Iron Maiden's first Best Of album in 96. Also in 2007, Lionel Richie is a guest on The Simpsons. In 2004, Slipknot's Corey Taylor issues a statement denying he was dead. In 89, Milli Vanilli was atop the singles chart, and in 1980, Bob Marley appeared on stage for the very last time. But lastly, on this day in 2013, Paul McCartney shut down Hollywood Boulevard with a 15-song set on the roof of the El Capitan Theater. An estimated crowd of 10,000 people listened from the streets. And as a reminder, Metallica pre-sale tickets go on sale today. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
All right, Philip, great work.
One more thing here.
Twitter.
I'm just going to give it to Richard Notaro because apparently he's listening to us from the New Orleans airport. So
what, did he go down to the Eagles?
It sounds like it. So
wow. All right.
Thank you, Richard, for bringing us
victory. The 2-1.
Yeah.
Good luck.
There you go.
Good luck, charm.
All right. Dawn Stensland up in about 6 minutes. What do you have lined up for the top?
Yeah, we're going to update you on everything going on in Philadelphia as far as the chaos and craziness. We'll have the update on how the officer who was hospitalized is doing, and the results of the investigation. Have they been able to track anybody down and make arrests out of all those videos and the chaos? So we'll talk about that. We'll talk all things Trump, update you on Trump here in Pennsylvania, the surrogates. So we're talking about Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders and others who are here this week. We'll talk about all of that and then update you on that potential lawsuit. Is RFK Jr., is he a victim of a crazy chick stalker? We'll talk about all of it coming up. Hope Danoff is going to be in the house. She, as well, has some major news this week. So we'll talk to Hope.
So you've got Hope as a guest. But remember, folks, Hope is not a strategy to win elections, even though Kamala was trying to tell you that. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Monday. Enjoy the Dawn Show. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. I'm going to go shoot flamethrowers and do donuts in Bluebell. Until then,
let's go, Harry.
Buy, trade, or upgrade this month at Colonial Hyundai. Now is the perfect time to trade in your vehicle and get into a reliable, affordable new 2024 Hyundai with some of the best incentives of the year. Every 2024 Hyundai on our lot needs to go to make room for the now arriving 2025 models. Upgrade to a brand new Elantra, Kona, Tucson, or Santa Fe.